Alrighty, looks like we're good. One thing I need to check is audio. Okay, music is... Ooh, yes. Licensed music. Gonna do that there, just in case. Right. We have a dismantle crate over there. But now we're going to be setting up some things. So we are. Right, well, we've got a constructor over this way. Are you... Yep, you're maxed out on that. Let's fill that up with a bunch of limestone. Okay, so that's got a... Can do 112.5 per minute, apparently, to produce all that concrete. We're going to grab this here, and we're heading back this way. Bounce our way up. And maybe we're going to get the boombox as well. Right, let's offload that. And we can upload that. Now, concrete-wise, whole pile of stuff there. Right, reanimated some. Yeah, we're going to need wire, spheres, some fluctuators. So this was our foundation. So let's clear the designer. And I want to quickly check over here. How many tokens? Right, 43,000 for our next token. Foundations. Okay, we've got all the stuff we need for that. So now, what we're going to do is we're going to start building... Let's set this. No filter. No filter. Ramps have no filter. Good. Right, inverted quarter pipe. Hang on. So, let's try that again. Inverted quarter pipe. Or do I go for... Maybe, you know what? Maybe we go for something like this. So we have... round on that. Now, what we want is... We're going to try and keep this looking relatively consistent. So let's go for this here. Let's zip this up 4. And, okay, so we want 2 meter. And we're going to zip that like that. And zip this like this. Now, we build in our foundations. And customizer patterns. Here we go. We're going for double dotted lines. And we want to rotate that and build it here. Now, let's quickly go to walls, maybe? Right, no to those. I think it's going to have to be architecture we go to. So, right, architecture. Let's maybe look at road barriers just. So let's pop those on there. And we're going to pop those like that. So, yay. Getting there bit by bit. This is going to be a highway straight. So, this goes into roads. Do I want that rotated curve? No, you know what? I think we're going to go for 2 half-pipe things. But you know what, actually? Highway straight. So there's highway straight. Setting that. And you are going to go into roads. And parts, other equipment. Where is vehicle path? Where is path? Yeah, let's go for this here. So that's our highway straight. And we're happy there. Now, we want to do highway raised. Or like highway going up the way. So let's clear the designer. And now. So, double ramp, I guess, is going to be our one. So we're going up 4. And then, whoop. We're going up 4. And this here will go up 4. So this one will be different looking. Right, customizer, let's go materials, and we're changing this to asphalt. Right. Now we go into customizer. We're going to do patterns, double. And let's see, architecture, please do you go on an angle? Nope, you won't. How do I get this to go? Can I half nudge? What is a half nudge? Oh, interesting. So right, let's do this as this. This, I think, is as close as we're gonna get to a nice sort of perfect solid level. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Interesting that on asphalt it counts as clipping. And there we go for those. Now we just do the same up here. And up we go. So this is quite ugly, but I think I know how we make it look better. Actually, we're gonna set that there up. And we're gonna break all of those down. Because that might be the exact way to do it. So there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So maybe this is going to be something we could actually build out. Yeah, this is what ramp walls are going to be. So let's play about with these. Get this sorted. Just check. There we go. YouTube chat is enabled. Okay, so this here is highway ramp. So there's highway ramp, and we're putting that to there. Icon. Let's go for path. And lovely. Load preset. Excuse me. Right. So that is that bit done. Let's load the highway straight, actually. Load highway straight. And we're also going to change foundation primary. Let's save that. And now, what we want to do is turn this into a junction. So this way, let's break that down. And then we want to put the 2 in there, or the 1 and the 1. I know we're wasting concrete doing that, but so what? Right, this here, left, and right. You, on the other hand, will go... You know what? Actually, just, let's remove these patterns for now. And we want to set this up so. Double dotted line on both of those. Or maybe, do we go for a crosswalk kind of thing? Maybe that is what we go for. But we don't have the pattern for that, I've just noticed. So let's see, what can we do to get patterns? Well, we've got a crap ton of concrete here, I'm lifting that. But also over here, we have circuit boards and the likes. Anything super valuable that I could sloop. Crystal oscillators. I think we are almost limited a bit in our output. Ooh, that's something we need to do. Iron rebar. So maybe this here is just gonna have to be customizer. So if we go no right arrow there. No right arrow there, maybe? Customizer, pattern removal. What does it look like if I go for, say, center dotted line? Split dotted line, cross dotted line. Side corner dotted line. That's almost working. Oh, hang on. That wasn't the right thing. Double dotted line there and there. So we want that, and We're also going to do architecture. Let's build there and there. So there and there. And lovely. Now we have a little crosswalk section there, and we can add a crosswalk section there. So this is Highway T-junction. Highway junction. T. Lovely. That's a new blueprint, I think. Yep. We're going to move you over to there at the end. And now it's time for us to make the highway junction X. So let's get ready with this. Yeah, all of this has to go. Then we need that and this and these four to go. You there. You are like that. And now you go in here. Whoop. Right. We need that 2 meter back up there. Lovely. So we've jumped up here. Now, customizer. Whoop. Double dotted lines. And the other one is side corner dotted lines. So we're doing that and that. And now, let's put these down. And there's our highway junction X. So, save that. Oop. And now, yeah. Okay. We're getting there. So, where to start? Well, first things first, we gotta figure out where we're going to start. So, transport, no, foundations. It's time for us to set up our high foundation about here. So this is where we're going to start our foundation blueprinting. So there's that. Oh, damn it. Hang on. Let's remove those. And now we go blueprints, foundation on. Right, there's a creature in the way. Nope, that was a vehicle in the way. So we can build that. Now it's time for us to build other things. So all of that needs to go. Let's get everything there dismantled. Maybe not everything. Also, what are you producing? Okay, you need more wire. So yeah, let's load it with 400 wire. And that's going to do 20 times 6. Okay, if it does 20 times 6, then at that point, let's do 2,000. And then we'll do 1,000 iron plates. So that'll be 600 reinforced plates. That will produce. So there we go. Now, let's load in 1, 2, 3, 4. And we want to load in 1, 2, 3, 4. Load in those at the same time. Now, from here, let's go over to this. You are wiring. Let's upload 500 of that. And we're also going to set a bunch of this to upload. We'll get the portable miner uploaded. So, right. This here, move you away. We'll upload the plastic and the sulfur. And actually, there's a question. Do I have Nobelisks in the inventory? I've got 5 of those, but that ain't enough. I don't think it's going to be either. So, now for the moment of truth. There's a ramp. Blueprint. So I do still have to nudge it a bit. But, well, this is, okay, so make sure you nudge it properly. So you want it to go off the end there, and then you want it to be a vertical nudge. So there is that. And up another like that. There we go for that. And now, if we do one more like that, so let's do highway straight, and now. Will this, yes. Okay, nope, that ain't right. I need it to dismantle these because I need to go up another 2 maybe. Wait, what? Oh wait, no, that wasn't. Okay, I see what's going on. Right, let's go up like that. And now we're going to go for Highway Junction Straight. Nope. We are going to have to go for one more ramp. Whoa, no. So there we go with that. Then we'll have to drive over a bit more. So, yeah. Highway has some issues with some of the construction of it. But this could be fine. Build that as our little highway on-ramp. We're going to have a big factory that we set up here, but that's going to require a lot of concrete. So in there, we used up all that limestone, and eesh. Well, that's unfortunate. Didn't get nearly as much as we wanted. Silica. We can produce a whole pile of silica there. So let's do that. And over this way, find some slide. What have you got? You've got more concrete. We like more concrete. We do. And not just because there is a local concrete production company in my country called More Concrete, like M-O-O-R-E. Good place if you need prefabricated concrete, especially for agriculture. Their agricultural culverts are the best. But of course they also do non-standard items. Non-standard items referring to stuff like if you're a fan of, like, seawalls, for example. They do produce seawalls and things of that nature. Right, this here I could construct. Foundation. Let's bounce this up to here. Or do I go, you know what? Actually, you are going to be our X junction here. And this could be, in fact, that's an excuse. You're right. You're absolutely right. We haven't done just a corner. So let's get that sorted. Let's do a corner. So, blueprint constructor over here. Ta-da! Now, what we do need is dismantle that, and these. So, break those down. And that. You and you. Break those. Oop, wrong thing. You and you. And that's okay. So, right, we want that taken out, and we want this taken out. So now here, we can zoop 8 along. Go to here, and we'll zoop 8 along. We'll leave that bit open, just because. And now, we zoop like this. Right, side corner line. Customizations all right. Gonna have to remove the pattern there and there. So let's do double corner line there. And there and there. Now, for this, what we need is the side corner line. Like that. And this here should work as our highway junction L, we're going to call it. So, that'll work like that. We've got this area like that, which is fine. Got concrete being produced en masse still. And this allows us to go up this way. Nice and quickly, actually. So here are our road barriers. Dismantle this, and we want to set you to be highway junction L. That is incorrect. Let's place you there. And now we want to replace you with highway ramp. Oop. Right there. And this brings us down. And, ooh. Okay, so we need to actually build another, maybe? Or do we just set this up like this? So here is our highway outpost part. Lovely. This here like this. I guess we could also set that up like that. We could have those link into here. You are going to go there, and you're going to go here. So let's build this out and see. Do we want to try and set something to go down that way? Maybe not. This here will be up like that. Ooh. That could be something that we might want to go for. So let's go highway straight. And there is no actual way to do that. We're going to have to do side and side. So, highway junction L there. And let's do highway junction L there. And now build this out as the highway straight. We'll build highway junction T here. And this will lead down to that. So let's grab one of these foundation blocks and place this on here. Okay, nope. You're there. Let's build this. So you, what purity? You are pure. Okay then. At that point then, if you're pure, you gotta be producing concrete. So let's set this up. So this is kind of cool. I am digging it. The way we're building our highway out. Because it's not the prettiest. But it is going to be nifty. Alright, I can chainsaw this out of the way. And let's set this up. Right. Hammer this down. And then we can set up an extractor node. So, that's going to do that. We could do a truck station here as well, potentially. And this could... Ooh, yeah. That could be kind of cool. Having this load up the limestone there. And then we could probably carry it down to the waterfront. So, right. Let's... First things first. We want this constructing 3 constructors. Oh wait, hang on. Is that the... Yeah, that's facing the wrong way. So you face there, you face there, and then you face there. Let us go for logistics, and we're going to do a splitter here. So, conveyor belt 1, let's set you as a straight, set you as a straight, and now set you as a straight. Let's go to production and miner mark 1. You're going to go like that, but you're going to be a miner mark 2. So you are going to go to here, you go to here, and now you'll go to here as well. So you feed in like that. And you lads go in like that. 1 wee second, I think my alarm's going. Alexa, turn off the alarm. Yep, it was. So, these here, we want you to be concrete. You to be concrete. And now, you to be concrete. All 3 of those are going to merge into one on the output here. And then we're going to go organization, storage container. And let's build some of that out. So, yes, you go around to here. You will go to there. You go to there. And you go like that. So that's concrete, concrete. Ooh, power. Going to be important. So there we go. That's more concrete being produced. And we like to see that. So you were a highway junction T. You are going to be straight. And do we go for a few of these here? Let's build this. No, we're not going to do that just like that. Let's take this, and we're going to go Highway Junction L. Highway Junction straight. Then we're going to do another Highway Junction L there. Highway Junction straight. Let's chop down this big old tree. 9 wood from that whole big tree. And now... oh, we don't have the concrete we need. This, even still, like, look at this here. That's a lot of highway that we've built. Is this not just cooler than you expected? So we can run like this. Hey, there we go. We can go down that way. We can go this way. I love blueprinting highways. I love it. And we could even, if we wanted, once we get everything set up, we can automate certain parts of things. So one thing we do want to do is logistics 3. So let's grab, ooh, lovely. Got all that. Jump over to here. And logistics mark 3. So happy days. If I just search T, steel pipes, happy days. Love that. So now we can upload those, upload the limestone, let's get some copper sheets, some quartz, all of that output. So there was a whole pile of, you know what? We're taking that quartz and we're using that to produce even more silica. And yeah, that's going to be, it's going to be something for us. So... limestone. Do we have a bunch more over here we could do? I mean, our concrete production is slower than we want it to be. We're going to need silica, and we're going to need lots of limestone. So I think those two things together are going to be the reason why we need to build truck stations. All of this little hypertubey bit we can get rid of. So all of that, done. And yeah, hypertube supports too. Now, we can also scrap those. You are going to produce more of these. That's 23, 24. So we need 90 more in total. Let's check our research progress. We don't have anything researching at the minute. That's a little bit foolish of me. So let's fix that. We've got that uploading. Reanimated Sam, we could also go ahead and pull out from the inventory. And offload that there. Samwise, how much can I make of the SAM fluctuators? Let's just set a whole pile of this up to construct. We've got like 80-ish, so I think reanimated SAM is our limiting factor. But we'll find out. $240 per minute is going to be helpful. Wire might also be something we need to keep an eye on. And we are taking from inventory before anything else. So here we go. We've got... okay, we're doing alright. I can construct about 2 per second, I think, which is around 12 per second. So yeah, that would mean we'd need a lot more being uploaded at any one time. Oop. A little bit of sniffy sneezies. It's a very hay feverish kind of day today. So here we go, more wire. And yeah. Alright, well, I can go ahead and upload those. And that should put us pretty close to the end of the things. Right, that is that. We've got those. Let's go and grab ourselves some more reinforced iron plates out of here. That's another 24, so that's 48. So we're getting there, slowly but surely. And you know what? What we do need, we need constructor. So let's have 4 constructors set up. We need 1 miner. And we also could make some nobelisks. So I need coal for that. Let's get coal. And we're also going to clear a little bit of this here. Ah, really? I can't break that down? I'm going to have to destroy it with, like, nobelisks, I guess. Oh wait, I do have a nobelisk detonator here. Okay, so you can actually explode that. Huh, who knew? So this here, break it all down. Break that. Okay, chainsaw mode area. That might have been why things didn't work how we wanted them to. So let's area chainsaw this. There we go. Clears another bit of the highway. We could make solid biofuel stuff there. Over this here way, we're back up to the top. And you know something, actually, we're going to highlight these here. Right, so L, T, and X. Let's do that there. And you, we're going to place on separate blueprinting bit. So, foundations, you are going to go to there. We've got those blueprinted. This here will be our off-ramp thing. Oh yeah. So you, we can deconstruct those. Actually, you are just going to be a T-junction. So let's do that. And this can then go down this way to get to iron. And we will need to set up smelter arrays. Over here, we've got more concrete. So that's 308. We will get there for some of this stuff. Right. Do we build another highway out, or... No, I think what we do now is we go for an L junction. And let's do our highway ramps. Time to send this down like this. Down 4. Down 4. Okay, right, hang on. Down 4. I think we're gonna have to do this in stages. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be like a winding highway ramp. Or do we go along the water? Have that go out there and have it built into the waterway? I don't know. Damn it. No. We're gonna have it do like a staggered highway thing. But it's going to require a lot of concrete. However, first things first, we're going into that cave and we're going to try to set up the quartz extraction. So let's go down this way. That's been opened up fine. And we want to destroy the things down here. Could I fit a highway in here, I wonder? And that way maybe build a vehicle path? Well, that didn't work. Okay, ouch. Okay, that's a lot more stingers than I want there to be. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aha. And there's the last one. Right, reload this. We'll go grab this. We've got a few Nobelisks remaining. So there's 1 and 2. Is that us clear to move now? Yes, it is. And this cave is wide enough that I think I might be able to build a highway into it. So, okie dokes. Right, we also got the SAM nodes and everything around here. But first, let's go for production. Let's build 1 here. And should we build a pure SAM node there? Not yet. We don't need SAM that much. So, you connect to here. And then we can set up a whole pile of stuff. Let's build a foundation. So let's go foundation here. So that we can go blueprints, foundations. And try and set this up. So there's 1. And now, what I want is constructors, manufacturing. So, you are going to go silica. You're going to use 22.5 per minute. And you're going to use 22.5 per minute. So, that can use 90 per minute. How much are you going to be? 37.5. So that'd be 75 per minute. 45 plus 75. You know what? That's a nice even split. So let's go logistics, conveyor splitter. And we'll set that up there. So, right, you go around to here. Set you as a Mark II. And we want you set up there. Then we want you set up there. So, you'll be a conveyor 1. You're a conveyor 1. You go in like that. That's all of those constructed. Now, let's go you. Go to here. And then you're going to go to here. Break that off. You will then also connect to here. So you're controlling that. And these, you two, are hooked into this. And then logistics, let's go organization, storage container. Build one of those there. And the other one there. Now, organization, nope, logistics, conveyor, merger. So we want that going into there. How much are you going to be? You're, okay, you got to be default. You're producing 37.5 per minute. Okay, so that's 75 silica per minute. This here, you're going to be fine. Whoop, hang on. Build that there. And then... Oh, wait. Let's upgrade that to that. Now, this area is online. What we gotta do now is we gotta head over this way and get this to export all of this. What I could do in time is I could maybe set this up that it just exports out onto the main bit, so I could build like a cliffside base, which could be cool, I guess. So maybe that might be... Do we do that, I wonder? Right, there's that, like that. And now, I'll build this to go out here. Okay, right, stop all of y'all. Right, those are fine now. Wreck you. And now, power line from there. Stretch it all the way over to here. You will do the same, and you're going out to here. And now you go in like that. So over here, we can grab a crap ton of coal. We can refill what's going into that. And look at that. Really, really unwieldy looking thing there. But if I could build a really tall base, that could be like our rooftop access pad. So, you know, it might work. Right, we've got a bunch of that loaded in. And we kept none of that coal, which sucks. Eventually this coal could go into production in here. Oh, I do have ideas. This area, like once we get to tier 5 and we get fuel power, coal power becomes obsolete. So I would rather replace that and have all of this be used for steel production. And then the quartz for silica production and everything. So, maybe might work. Either way, it's going to be glorious. Right, jump like that. We need to grab ourselves some concrete here. 400 concrete, in fact. And we also want to go to where the assembler is and do that bit. So, yeah. Things are going pretty okay right now. Things are going pretty okay. I'm happy with this here, now that we're getting stuff blueprinted out. So, over to here, let's grab these. Hey, Logistics Mark III, ready for unlock. Down to here, lovely. And upload that. Logistics Mark III, thank you. So, advanced steel production could be the next, or expanded power infrastructure. I guess that's got to be our next one. Right, so upload those. Concrete could be uploaded. Definitely want to upload that, and that. So, over this here way, we've got those. You're still producing a whole pile of these plates, which is fine. How much have you got? You've got... Okay, 152, so that's around about 38 more cycles, maybe? I think about 38 more cycles, and that will be completed, and then we can set that up to concrete production. Although first, maybe Nobelisks. Right, this here, let's build this out. And see, SAM fluctuator. So we don't actually even need as many as we thought we did. Like this is going to put us at what, 150-ish? So, do we go for the 150-ish? Also, should we build an artificial tunnel inside that cave network? Should we build like an enclosed tunnel system? Because that might be cool. Right, we want to reduce this down because we only need 42 more. Let's build 4 more of those. 5, 6. Right, happy days. Let's upload all of those. And now we need 37. So we may as well have our little bits of fun while we can. Okay, this here is producing quick wire. You should be summer slippable. Do we summer slip that and get more Caterium is the question. Because we are going to need Caterium, so we should build up that way and get that Caterium node all the way over there. There's a pure one on a cliff that might be what we want to go for. Right, I've got 171 steel beams. So, maybe what we do is we upgrade that. You are going to be tier 3, tier 3, tier 3. You lads are getting double timed. So let's go for this here. Right, you're going to produce 22.5. Right, tier 3, tier 3, tier 3. And let's grab all those. Now we are going to need more slugs. We need more shards, meaning we need more slugs. So in here, let's go for power shard. And let's grab these slugs that we can. So you've got that, and where is the yellow slug? Do I not? Okay, I do have. So this here, we're going to make those. 1, 2, und 3. Lovely stuff. Power shard 2. And now you're going to be power shard 5. Let's set you up for that. And grab that. Now, lovely. You'll do. Right. What's next? Do we go for... What? What do we go for is the question. Iron rebar, maybe? No. Hog protein? Yeah, let's go for proteining it up so that we can get even more... What do you call it? So there's reanimated SAM. I can pick those up. Spitter, Stinger, Hatcher, and Hog. Right, you're going to produce that. Lovely stuff. You are Hatcher protein now. And over to here, let's make the remainder of these. So this is all going to be fine. We've got more than enough of these. And maybe it's time for us to start looking at what to output. Do we start looking at Mercer spheres, or do we look at maybe upgrading our materials? Well, let's upload those. So we've got that taken care of. You, on the other hand, we're moving to Stinger protein. You're going to make 20 of those. So, gotta wait for it to stop making a sound. There we go. Lovely. Swap this over. We got all that alien protein. So it should be about 100, so we can make about 200. What do you call it? So, lovely stuff there. Let's go for alien DNA capsules. And we're loading up as much as we can. So, you'll do that. Now, 25 per minute. We are getting pretty damn close. So maybe it's time for us to set up some arrays. Let's build a blueprint here. So clear that out. Ooh, nice. Now, in here, we want to go for smelters. We're going to need wire for that. So over to here, let's grab a bunch of these, bunch of cables, and then we want over here, let's grab some rods and plates. Let's check how this is doing. So, okay, you are getting there. Over this way. How many have you constructed so far? Okay, 52 of those. And we're going over to this storage container. Let's offload a bunch of those. Right, you're going to be a tier 3. And now we should get 3, I hope. Two only. Right. Customizer. Pathway patterns. Factory zone patterns. Right, that's solid. That's dotted line. What's the difference? Oh wait, we've already got that. Oh, hello, Baba. Hello, little kitten. Little kitty cat. Transport. Okay. That's tempting. I've got nothing in there. Right. Organization. Those are sorted. Management. Okay, we've got that. Foundations. We've got everything covered. Do we go for metal pillar packs, I wonder? Or metal barriers? What to go for? What is grip metal foundation? It requires steel beams. Hello, Papa. Who's your good kitty cat? You want to say hello to the stream? Oh, Papa. Hi. Hi. Do you want to say hello? Hi. Who's your good girl? Who's your good girl? You are. Yes, you are. She likes the microphone grill. Right, organization. Maybe we go for a light control panel or something. I don't know. Oh my god, that's so cute. Yes, I love you very much, little Baba. Right, so we're going to build a smelter array. And put that like that. So, logistics, let's go for conveyor merger. Place that there, 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 and there. You are going to output to that, output to that, output to that, and output to that. You are going to be tier 3s because we want as quick as possible for output. Okay, Torty. You're very adorable. Yes, you are. But, yeah. Oh. Torty. You need to get off the desk. You know you're not allowed on the desk. Here you go. Just being super cute right now. Which is inconvenient because you know you're not allowed on the desk. You're aware of that fact. Right, conveyor belt. Now, you are going to be conveyor belt Mark III. And now you will go in like this. And you, I guess we could do that. So yeah, this might actually be fine if you go to there. That should be snappable. So this means on a 4x4 foundation, I should be able to construct these here. So you will hook into this. Nope, you're not the right side. So power poles. Let's go over to here. I guess we'll build it here. And we'll build it here. And let's build one last one there and there. It's not really requiring much extra from us. Whoop. So you hook into that, you into that. Now you will go into here. You go into here. You go into there. And then you go into there. So this here, we're going to set up as a smelter array. But, idea, we're going to we're going to do the different materials from the things. So, take these here, and we're going to upload them, or sync them rather. So sync this here. And we're going to use the different materials. That's what we're going to do. Where's our coupon? Fix it coupon. Let's set you up in the inventory. So, customizer. We want these here. So, right. Buy all those.
Decoration
and customizer. Carbon steel finish, there's no point going for. Because foundries are required for that. Right, this here, I can just grab those four. And let's go for customizer. And do we go for pathway patterns? Ooh. What the? Okay. I know what's happened. It's the solid biofuel for our Mercer sphere stuff all the way up there. Right. Well, over here, we have a crap ton of this. We've got those producing. You still are making reinforced plates. Incredible. Simply incredible. Go to here. Steel frame. Ooh. That's not quicker. Steel rod, on the other hand, would be quicker. Let's look at this kind of stuff. So we'd need a lot of Mercer spheres for that. This here, we need 50 of those. So let's see, can I make 50 of those? I'm going to need quick wire for that, and a lot of it, in fact. So maybe fused quick wire could have been something we looked at. Right. Well, let's go ahead and grab these while we can. And as soon as that completes, in a few minutes' time, let's go over to friend. And friend will be friend? Hey, friend. Where'd friend go? Where's my lizard doggo? He used to chill around here. What happened? Where is my lizard doggo? I had one that chilled out here. He would relax. He was a chill little buddy. I don't know where he is now. Damn it. Which sucks, because he was a source of items for us. Well, that's a damn shame. Oh well. Guess we gotta just make do with what we've got. Oh, that's something I should be doing. I should be setting that up there to collect excess limestone. So all excess limestone should go in there. Right, you're producing 150 per minute. Okay, that's why things weren't as good as they were. Because we're not producing that massive amount. So there's no point, actually, upgrading these at all. You can just be 45, 45, 45. And then let that fill out. So this here, we should upgrade that. Right. And now into here, we've got those going. So I think maybe, because we've got those other ones up there, this area should just be for producing, what do you call it? I think, yeah, this is going to be our limestone area. So there's 1, 2, and 3 of those. So you connect into there, you'll go into there, and you'll go into there. Both of those get deconstructed, and then maybe we just set up an array of these. So, yeah, this'll do its thing. Right, you hook into there. Why are you going up like that? Oh, wait. Probably a little bit of a height difference sort of thing. So you go in like that, you're going in there. And now, you'll be a straightaway connection there. And then you go like that. You are still going to be 150 per minute. So let's get that to offload like this. And we're going to try and get this to collect as much as we can. So, yeah, it does its thing. Let's go over to this bit And we're going to check what we've got. Okay, lovely. Now, fine concrete. You can make 100 per minute. So let's grab the silica stuff. And you're going to be 10, I think. So let's see, 42 times... So that's 3 silica. So right, 420 divided by 3. 420 divided by 3 is going to be 140. So 140 times 20, 2,800. Okay, good stuff. So that is going to be something for us, at least. Let's go for those. Grab all of this. Right, that's 530. That's 561. Okay, 571. That's 100 and... Right, 571 divided by 12. Well, it's not quite 600, but it's getting there. We're a little bit off, but this here will work. Let it do its thing. And load that in. Now, we can just go ahead with this. So you're going to output 100 per minute. And we're going to upgrade you to that. So, while it's doing its thing, let's get ready for this and set up our smelter array. So, customizer, colors, ooh, yes, right. So unpainted, we're going to set this one up for iron. And that's why this is going to be unpainted. So iron, copy, paste, paste, and paste. So this smelter bay, iron. Whoop. Right, let's try that with actual spelling again. Smelter array iron. Whoop. There we go. Icon settings. We're going to do that. No, you know what? We're just going to do for a smelter icon. And there we go. Whoop. Seriously? Right. Smelter. Oh wait, hang on. There it is. I see it. Right, there. And we're going to go foundation primary. Category. We're doing this under a new category. And you are going to be smelting, I guess. No. Production. Production, and yours will be, let's see, what to go for. Factory, I guess. You are going to be ore processing. So this will be everything ore related. And we're putting that in there. So now what we can do is we'll change this here to copper ingot. And then we just repaint it. and copper. You are going to be... Let's save that. But I just realized, forgot something. Copper, 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 and copper. So let's save that now. And now we're going to save this as Caterium, and then we can change the stuff on it. So you are going to be Caterium, 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 and Caterium. Let's go for Customizer. Oh, I don't have the Caterium swatch. Huh. That's a little bit awkward. Well, we don't actually have access to Caterium anyway, so screw it. Right, we'll head over this way. We're going to grab all that concrete that's getting produced out there, and we're going to use it to continue our highway. So that we can go down and get a crap ton of quartz. So over this here way. Now, modular frames, should we set those up or something? We should probably set up modular frame construction, because we're going to need 250 modular frames to make the versatile frameworks. We're going to need 500 reinforced plates, and we're going to need 500 rotors. So let's keep this here going. Right. Let's bring this down like that. And now down like this. Now down like this. Now I think this should be where we do our... Do we go left or right? You know what? I think what we're going to do is we're going to go down like this. Okay, wrong way. Whoop. So, highway junction L. And now, let's bump this up. Whoop. So let's do this here. Lovely. And now, let's do blueprint and snap you this here way. Whoa, no. So right, you snap that way. And now we're going to build these highways down. And I guess we'll do a loop on itself. Or do we go a little bit into the water? You know what? Yeah, we'll go a little bit into the water with it. So, where am I going to build? Right, you are there for that. Let's do... Oop, accidentally hit the thing. Let's do foundations. And we're going to set these up. So we kind of want... Yeah, we'll build it about this here height. Okay, that's not right. So let's see. This here. And we'll go up 1 more meter, I guess. Right, we're going to grab this entire blueprint, and we're going to use this to construct our power out into the water a little bit. Now, let's chainsaw these down, just to clear some way. We also need to chainsaw these. Where is... Okay, you're chainsawable. And you're going to require that to get rid of. Lovely. So, okay, we now take this, and I suppose what we can do is we can build this out a little bit over this way. And we'll build those. So, if we upgrade that, we get like 120. But we want this to be the limit of our coal power plant area. So you here, let's build some of these out. Oh wait, also this here, can I build this down in like that? Okay, no I can't, because copper ore. So these here, let's get this, and we're gonna drop this down like this, maybe? And let's see, can I build a water extractor? I can! Lovely. So I can produce a few of these here and have them feed up the ways. So yeah, this might just be what we're after. This I can upgrade to 120, so I can make this, or actually 150. I could make that capable of powering 150, 10 of those coal power plants. And each one consumes, what, 50 per minute water? 45 per minute. So I could construct just 2 of those, and that might be me. So let's build that there, and this here. Those will feed into this, and we can have this be an open air section here for our power facility. It's going to look ugly as sin, but it'll also be a little bit cool. I also want to quickly look for Caterium and see just where there is some. It's only going to be around there, isn't it? There it is. Or there. No, I think we're going to have to build it out that way. Well, I guess what we should do, let's head into the cave. And while we're in the cave, we're going to grab ourselves a whole pile of silica and some quartz crystal too. So let's bounce along like that. Oh yeah, blueprints, highway. So I potentially could, it wouldn't be a very nice looking highway, but potentially I could set up something, because I don't want to do like the 45-degree angle highways or anything. Don't want that. Or do we just build a rail network in here? Right, into this, let's grab a whole pile of that. And we may as well, while we're here, grab some quartz crystal too. Yay. So there's 9 of that. Okay, lovely. Whole pile of silica there. Let's drop down like this, and now we're just gonna keep bouncing and sliding this way. So this here, I think, should be some kind of vehicle pathway. Inevitably. But not just yet. We also are going to have to destroy those to take care of it. So let's go this way. Bounce our way up here. And here we go. So the two pipes, like the fluid pipe things. Actually, let's do a coal power generator blueprint. That's going to be something we want to do. And I think a 4 grid should allow us to be able to construct 3. We've got that. Oh yeah, steel. That's something we're going to need to upload more of. So let's get some of that. And up we go. We're getting there bit by bit. So you can see here that the ad break has started. It's just running in the background. And we are just going along this way. Let's grab this limestone. Just to clear some way. There we go. And let's upload that. Also get rid of those. And we want a bit of iron, so we do. Grab a whole pile of that. And head down here. So into that, we'll offload iron. There we go. And now we're back to this. So, steel pipes we got a few of. Ooh, iron ore. Forgot we had an excess of that stored in there, so we can get rid of that. And now we will grab some of these, upload them to the inventory. And we don't have what we need there, but we will. Give it time. We will. I did not realize that. Our highways are wrong. They look wrong. So what are you? Right, you're a double ramp 2 meter. I should have been using double ramp 4 meters instead. So I guess we gotta reconstruct those. Let's get our highway ramps. And we're gonna have to rebuild them. Because I don't like that. Everything should be the same sort of height. So I guess down we go. Damn. That's something I could have really easily not noticed. Oh yeah, silica. Load a whole pile into there. And then we've got a whole pile of limestone we need to upload. Right, you're doing that. Oh yeah, hang on. First things first, let's switch you to black powder construction. I want this producing a lot of black powder. There we go, and let's upload that. Limestone. Now, while it's doing its thing, we're going to go over here, and we're going to load highway ramp. So, now, we got to fix this. Right. That, and this. Okay, so let's get the inverted ramp walls all dismantled. And then we're going to do the other ramp walls. Oop. We only want the ones like that. And now we'll get these here all dismantled. Now, foundations, double ramp 4 meters apparently. So we want those 4 and 4. Now we want double ramp 4. Or actually, what we could do, let's do inverted ramp. Inverted ramp of this type. Okay, so we want the inverted ramp 2 meters. Whoop. Oh, damn it. Okay, right. Build you like that. So this is how we're going to do it. It's going to use more concrete, but it is going to look better in the end. So you down like that, and there and there. There and there. And there and there. Now, let's do the ramp 2 meters. Whoop. Let's have this go down like that, and this goes up like this. So now, from the underside, still looks the same. Lovely. Now, walls, we want ramp walls 2 meters. Right, let's do this here. Hang on. Let's do this here. And you go down like that. So this, we're still going to have as this. So out we go like here. And lovely. Those will go like that. And I think it's like that. Yeah, so you're about 1 meter. Actually, no. What we need to check is the height of the road barriers. Are those 2 meters? Let's find that out. Nope, those are 1 meter. So we've got this right. We want this to be like this. So each foundation is going to be more concrete, but works out okay for us. So you go like that, then there. So you up 1, you up 1, you up 1, up 1, one, and up 1. Lovely. And I'm hoping the inverted ramp wall is going to be snappable to the bottom of that one. So let's go for inverted ramp wall 2. Yes. There we go. There we go. Lovely. Oh no. Wrong thing. Inverted ramp wall. Build that there like that. And we do still want the sideways thing. Or like the customizer patterns. Let's go for this. And this should be us. Yes, there we go. Whoop. It was almost. Now it's us. Oh. Let's just make sure that everything still looks okay. So that was weird. Things a little bit borked. Everything look okay underneath? Yes, it does. So now we can save this as our highway ramp. Save and highway ramp. Now, we're going to have a lot that we got to do for this here. A lot of dismantling going to have to go on. Which is a little bit of a shame. I wonder, should we build a highway to go along that way? And get it to go towards the Caterium? I don't quite know, actually. Right, so this here. Let's dismantle that, and now highway ramp. Okay, so we're gonna have to have this highway be a little bit more raised than it was previously. Or we have, you know what? No. We're not gonna have to do that. We're gonna build this there. Then we're gonna do a highway ramp. And we're building this down here. So welcome to our humble abode. This is our off-ramp bit. Let's chainsaw these plants, shall we? Right, chainsaw mode area. There's a bunch of that taken out. There's that as well. And we'll chainsaw this. So there's that. And now we could build another one of those to go there. But this could be our little... Maybe that is what we need. We need to build a blueprint for a station. But, right, over here. Destroy all of those. And, right. Hey, highway ramp. So let's set this to default. And any joy with it if we set it to snap to a thing? Nope, apparently not. Let's do blueprint. And we just gotta get this to go down like this. So, okay. Let's break these down. This might actually work out better. So, yeah, possibly. We can have this here go down this way. And make it go into our base down here. And yeah, all right. So what we do want is to expand these along the ways. So we can build more of these out. Actually, we want to move this over one like that. So this whole area, we gotta dis and remantle. But it'll make sense why. because we want everything on almost the same 4x4 grid. So that's doing all of that. Lovely. Let's get you. And we can dismantle these here. Break down all these foundations. You, on the other hand, now connect to that. And welcome to our humble abode. So eventually, one of the things I want us to have is a railway network that runs along the top of things, maybe. Or do we run it off to the side? I don't quite know, actually, which is going to be better for us. But that there area we could have connecting out. Let's dismantle that water extractor. We're going to bounce over to here. And we'll area chainsaw all three of these down. Lovely. Now, we can build out a little bit into the water. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, can I put a water extractor there? Nope, not deep enough. So instead, I have to go down one more. I guess, actually, I have to go out and then down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now that might work. And it should allow us to get a water extractor there. Okay, that's going to require us to get Nobelisks to take care of that. Ooh, there's something I could do. If I build those out, I should have an access rampway. I should do that. So we are going to have to do that. And this here will be our ability to go, it's like, hey, let's build this. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that would be so cool. Because that way we've got like a ramp on either side. It looks like a pier. Yes. Yep. That's going to be it. That's going to be the thing. So we do need to do a foundation pier. And that will be good for us. Right, concrete we need crap tons of now. So let's go grab some more. We've got this whole highway up here. We are going to need construction points. Like we are going to need to build pillars into some of these things. So yeah. Right, we'll grab all of this. We've got 2,500 now. That's a healthy amount. Over this here way, and let's build ourselves the ramps going down. So we'll build it over a little bit of the way. Right, you broke down, and you. Now, highway ramp. Let's get this going down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we could have that as a highway thing. You know what? That is something we're going to do. Whoop, not like that. We want a highway T-junction. So, right. Let's place this down here because we want a highway that's going to go that way. Now, this here, build this down. And then we want highway straight. So, right, move this down like that. Build this over here. Over to here. And over to here. And now, what we could do, let's see. If we build that there, let's do one more highway ramp there. This is us going down. So that's us connected into the highway. This highway, on the other hand, we are going to set up to go over this way. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, oh my god, this is so sad. Why is he making this go for so long? Like, how can he consider just building all of these highways out like this? The reason why is because Satisfactory is awesome like that. You can build your highways as far as you want. Now, vehicle pathing and all, gonna be nifty for us. Right, let's get this tree out of the way. And let's go check on some of our other stuff. I want to check on our powders and see what they're like. Bounce over to here. Ta-da! Right, we've got that vehicle there. And right, so that was that. Let's get more uploaded, and we'll quickly see over this here way. Did we set a hard drive to scan? We didn't, because we're idiots. So yay for us. Hip hip hooray. Very silly of us. Well, at least in here we can go collect a whole pile of limestone. After about 10 minutes, this thing is going to be completely finished with the black powder. Then we can get it to make nobelisks. It'll make those pretty quickly. And then everything should be fine for us. Right, that's even more of that. So, on we go, and we'll see what we've got. What is the time? It is currently 10 to 11. So, lovely. And there we go. That's producing more of those. Let's check that concrete while we're at it. Because we have around... Ooh. Okay then. So, have to build that. And let's see. Should I build something that can, like, attach onto those, maybe? For, like, carrying power across the terrain? I don't know. I wish you could get, like, bioconcrete as well. Bioconcrete would be awesome. Right, that's a whole pile of that. Let's break some trees. So there's one. Getting mycelia as well off of that. Let's break this. These here as well. I don't feel like we need to clear beside the highway right now. Like, I feel like we're okay there. Right, let's break this down. We just want those that are going to clip through the highway. And you know what, we'll keep them a little bit of tree surgery to keep them from growing over onto the side. So yeah, that's fine. Let's go with this, and trying to think if it's worth building like power infrastructure along them. Well, we don't actually have the highway power lines. But it could be something we go for. Right, all of that's done. This is made 258. That's really not much. Right. Let's go over this way. Drop down. Bounce and slide. So maybe, trying to think, we could do the automated wiring section of phase 2 pretty quickly. This here, right, you've got 39, so that's about 2 minutes worth. We've got 200 of that. We can upload 400 of those to the inventory. And then we want to keep 400 of them for making Nobelisks. Do we build, like, power connections? I wonder. Maybe we're going to build that as a modular thing alongside our power network. So we could build... Ooh! That could be something that we do. We build something that's like modular that can go onto the top of these here. So it goes over the center of the highway, has street lamps and all, and that way we could attach it on as like an addition. Yeah, maybe that'll be it. I mean, it's not much, but it's an idea. We are going to need quick wire for like the street lights and everything. I'm running around like a headless chicken right now. Don't quite know what to do. Right, you here. You're getting there with this. And then how much does it take for Nobelisks? Maybe I think concrete. We got to go back to concrete production after this because we are running low on it. That's going to take 1 minute to get all that. Let's see what our hard drive stuff is like. And sulfur. We've got the plastic we could use for that. We need the modular frame side of things too. Get copper up like that. And, I'm trying to think what could we do that's going to be... So I do know... I do know some things that could be constructed that... Like, wire. You use 30 per minute. So maybe wiring could be something. We set up a 4 array of wiring. We also, I believe, need 30 per minute for copper sheeting. So that could be something we look at. And yeah, headless chicken. I wasn't kidding. I really don't have an idea what I'm doing. Okay, I don't actually even have the thing for that right now. So I guess let's look at Nobelisk, 20 per minute. No, you know what? We're just going back to fine concrete. Oop, hang on. Let's get that and that. Ooh. There's an idea. If I build the modular highway additions, I can add those on so I could have like transport. I could have like belts that go among them. Oh, that'd be so cool. I could have power, I could have belts, I could have pipelines. I could make a highway that looks industrial as hell. So yeah, I like that idea. Let's build this here as a thing, and we want to see... Right, so that will go there. I believe it's up there that we have the Caterium stuff. And I do think as well we need a highway truck station. Ooh. there's an idea, in fact. A blueprint for a highway truck station, but we're going to need a lot of modular frames for those kinds of things. So over here we've got all of that. You've got wire. Let's look at Caterium ore. I've got 61 of that. Do you have... You don't have any of that. You've got the 100 rebar, which is going to be helpful for us. But I feel like I need this for a second. Let's get this, and we're going to put this into here so it can double our output. We're also going to dismantle this. And right, first things first, let's try and do an iron ingot doubling. And we'll grab this. Here we go. Grab that and feed it into here. So it's going to do its thing. Lovely. And now you are going to be upgraded to that. Caterium time. Let's keep that one separate. So this here, 60 is going to become 40. So that's going to be 40 quick wire. Or like 40 Caterium ingots. That's another hard drive research complete. What could you be? Steel rotor or iron pipe? Steel rotor is tempting, 5 per minute. Or steel frame. Right, let's look at quartz. We're going to research that for sure. So that we can get... Can't get that just yet.
Completed. Crystal oscillator recipe unlocked. New quartz
right,
research.
You are 100, 101. That's a lot. So, yeah. Unfortunate. Nutrients, we need more for that. Mycelia, where are you? 100 rotors and 50 fabric. Ooh, medical properties. I can look that up. And what do we got here? Alien protein and bacon agaric. And then that.
New research options available.
Let's set this to upload, or no, to research while we're doing our checks. So actually, we can upload those into our inventory. Let's just see. We should have quartz-wise. Yep, that'll be fine. Let's get those to upload. All of that. So yeah, lots of different things we're going to be uploading, but it's going to be helpful for us in the end. Right, let's check advanced steel production. Do we go for that? That will allow us to get automated wiring. So, you know what? Expanded power infrastructure is better. Let's try and focus up on that. And, oh yeah, concrete. We're going to need a crap ton of it, so let's do that. There we go. This is making a lot. 480, that's going to be enough for a few rises for us. Is that, what? 2 highway ramps, so each highway ramp is 296, but a highway straight, on the other hand, is just going to be 232. So that's okay. Let's build this out. And we're getting closer. I would say with maybe another 2,000 concrete. Another 2,000 concrete, we're going to be able to make it to Caterium. Let's break down the trees that are in our highway. You are hanging a little bit too far over, so a little bit of surgery needed there. Heal this, nature. Achievement unlocked.
Achievement unlocked. Time to clip that.
Lovely. Oh, little kitty cat is just lying on the floor. I think my tracker thing ain't working. Like my chat tracker thing. Oh well. Let's bounce up this here way. Good stuff. And we've landed here. Bolted frames. Well, let's check over here and see what we got. That's another bunch of concrete. 180. Right. Now we'll go up to the pure node one up there. And see what it's got. So maybe... Silica. I wonder, should we load it into the place up here instead? Instead of 3 constructors, should I overclock an assembler and load it with silica? Who knows? Do you like my little highway? I like my little highway. Right, so this here could be... I think definitely we need a blueprint for truck stations. I think we are going to have to set something like that up. So we can have like the truck station roadway. And we'll just have the like square path set. And then whoop, boing. Whoop, wrong way in fact. We were meant to go this way. Okay, so getting there. For that, we've got coal up there at the top as well. So maybe this here, let's build you here. And then we'll build you. And then you. These highways. I know the highways don't look great because we've got them at 90-degree angles and everything, but still. I don't like that. I have to jump off to chainsaw that tree down. I don't like that at all. So right, let's get that. Now we'll jump and try to slide our way up here. No easy way to get up there. So maybe that's something we need as well, is a highway on-ramp. We could build that alongside some supports, maybe. That could be something. So like something that essentially is just a ladder to get up onto the highway. What to do with it? God, I love this. Having this little highway thing. We could build a highway that goes around and in the water and heads down to the fluid area. So maybe that is something we could look at. And should we have a truck or something that just, like, its whole purpose is just to go around? Right, what's in the crafting bench here? We got nothing in the inventory for that. Let's try and drive up onto this and we'll see what this path looks like. So right, let's cancel that and we're going to do highway on clockwise. We can't do a highway on clockwise. Let's grab this 380. Lovely. How much? Still got tons of that left. So, yeah. Let's grab that. I think the highway on clockwise, we are going to have to change to a highway pier system eventually. So, Right. Let's try driving our truck. And we'll see. I mean, you know, I'm not the most accurate driver, to say the least. And I feel like trucks are going to be very dangerous once I have them. So maybe we should have actually been building the lanes to be too wide. Let's get like that. And now we'll go over like this. Oh wait, hang on. No, I shouldn't do that. I should be going like this. I think the highway, like the train stuff, we are going to build as an addition that goes on top of the highway networks. So, ooh, a lot of crap in the inventory that we're full up on. Right, we can get rid of that. Let's upload the beams. Nope, that's not working. Rebar. Underlay, underlay. Rebar, rebar. Right, we can load coal into the truck. And... oop, nope. Not screws. Well, let's set those to upload. And plates as well. Now, go down to here, and we're going to load that up with that. Now, we want a full inventory here. There's going to be 25, actually. 25 stacks of iron ore. Don't want. We want 24 just. So there is another 6. Lovely. And then we want 4. Nope, we want that. So that's 24. Lovely. Now we can head back. So we are going to be driving on the left-hand side of the road. Because of course we are. Let's go over this way. I think solid steel ingot is going to be important as well. We are going to need that. So over this here way. And we will fill up the inventory with... or like fill up the steel production, the foundry, with iron. So let's go over to here. And now we're at a little bit of a problem. Right. Oh, crap. Nope. You go like that. You. And then we'll build there as well. So I want to try and expand those along. So, tractor, drive this over this way. And then we want to stop here. We want to grab all the iron ore we can. And upload it to here. I keep saying upload, but I know that's not the correct word. Right, crafting bench. Let's tag that. Torty, are you okay behind the desk there? Are you allowed to be behind the desk there? I know you like to sleep on the laptop rest, like the laptop drawer, but please don't do that. Like that is no, just don't do that. Grab this here. And now we'll head over this way. load this in like that. So, what we should do is we should try and set up over at the thing. Let's do an iron smelter array up on the top here. And the iron smelter array we will set up so it's doing 240 iron bars per minute. So we should be able to set that up fine. Go over this here way. Like this. And like this. So, bypass this. And we're going to here. We are going to need concrete. Okay, thank God we've got two of those side by side. So, let's do mining ore. Lovely. So we'll set that up to there. And we're going to upload that. So now what we want is blueprints. Okay, apparently that didn't quite save where we wanted it to. Foundations. Yeah, it did not. Okay, so you are going to be production. And you are going to be this. We'll set you up as power. And you will be this. And apply. Right, production. We want this to be ore processing. So there we go for that. Ore processing. Construction. You are going to be assembly. And you will be manufacturing. Oh, we also need liquid processing. Liquid processing. And then let's do liquid blending as the last subcategory. Liquid. Whoop. Liquid blending. Now, apply the changes there. So, smelter array, you are going into production, and you're going to there. Copper, you're going to there. And we want to move those across like that. Now, over this here way, we gotta go back down and we gotta set up the iron again. But that should be easy enough to do. Bounce and slide. Lovely. So up this here way. Let's go over to here. Whoop. And you load production copper. You are going to be set to iron, 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 and iron. So, whoop. Excuse me. So now, customizer, colors, And we're going unpainted for these. So, there we go. Iron. And you will go into there. And save. Now we want to go production. We're moving you over to the end, and you are going over one. So let's just go and see. Oop, hang on. Take all the concrete out of there. We're also going to grab the concrete we can from over this way. So, yay. 1,000? Not bad. Right. Get that going up this way. Oh, the little kitty cat is just being absolutely adorable right now. Maybe we should turn the highways into tunnels or something. Like we could build a glass roof along the top of some of these, maybe. Nah. Ooh. Tree overgrowth. Wait, are these trees growing back? No. You don't grow back trees. I don't want that. I don't want trees coming back. Right, let's build there and there. Right, chainsaw this out of the way. Chainsaw this out of the way. Right, you build like this. There's another. One more, and build that like that. So you know something we can do, actually, is let's go and grab this Mercer Sphere. Because it never hurts to have one of those. Right, Hatcher remains. Lovely. Mercer Sphere. Yeah. And, okay. So, we gotta find our way up onto the thing.
Patterns are starting to emerge in vocabulary, sentence structure, topics.
Oh my god, I can hear the cat, like, purring. Not even purring, snoring behind the desk. That is so friggin' cute. She's fallen asleep just behind the desk. She's on, like, my laptop shelf thing. Like, I have a laptop drawer, and sometimes, because she likes the heat from the back of, like, my audio equipment, sometimes she'll go and she'll have a nap there. And that's just so cute. Right, up this here way. Mercer Spheres. Apparently there's ones nearby. But right, over this here way, and let's go set up our smelting production. Our iron production, rather. So that's got a whole pile of those. We're going to grab this here. 600, not bad. Right, let's go over to here. And now, smelter array. Iron. And, wait, hang on. That was the wrong way. Whoop. Let's break that down. And now, what we want is blueprints, smelter array. So yes, this will merge all out the way, is it? Nope. There we go. Okay, so that is like that. Auto connect. And set that up there. Now, I have to manually link these. Oh wait, that'll be why. It did not remember the way it was to go. So right, you connect into that. Then you connect into that. And you hook into that. Right, let's dismantle that. And we need both of those Miner Mark 1s. There's 1 and 2. So we want a merger set up. You will be going into there. And now let's set up our merger. Conveyor splitter. Nope. We want the conveyor merger. Oop, wrong button. So let's set that up. And you go into there. We'll set you up as a default. Now that's going to be standard ore. Let's get that uploaded to there. So now we can hook this into here. You hook into that. Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, that was better that way initially. So you hook into that, you hook into that, and you then hook in to that. That wire is too long apparently. So let's get you connected. Whoop. There we go. And now this is going to produce a lot of those organizations. It's time for some industrial storage, I think. So let's build that there. And we want straight away like that. Conveyor belt Mark 3 like that. Now this, with any luck, should do. Okay. So this is a lot of iron going in. And we'll set this up. So right. Let's try and fill the manifold here. And I suppose we should also, right, let's upload that and that. So now we've got more of these to do. Right, you're sorted. Your upload max. You're good. And now you're good. Now you and you. So hopefully this will now be outputting properly. Yeah, you're pretty much flooding out with one gap in between. You flood out with one gap in between. Oh, no, you are... Oh, I missed one, that's why. So let's take those. Got that. Fill that up. And now we should be fine. Yep, pretty much. So, next thing, chainsaw this out of the way. Lovely. Do the same for these plants. And, okay. Let's dismantle that. Move over to here. And, actually, can I... Yes, I can. I can build one more out here. So you are going to be like that, and we're going to build this here, right here. This will be our overflow, or iron ore. Now into there, let's upload all the iron ore we've got. And lovely. This is producing a whole crap ton of iron ingots now. Adbrex just started on Twitch. Who knew? The cat got a little bit of a spook because she was like, why did the room just turn red? And I was like, well, because of the light. Right, so that's doing that. Let's build our next bit of highway, shall we? Actually, no. We're not doing another bit of highway. We're going to set up a constructor array. So, down here. And we'll see what all we need. So, we need reinforced iron plates en masse. Right, so we're going to clear the designer here. And we're going to go, right, production. We want constructors. So, right, first things first. Logistics, we want one splitter. This splitter is going to be our input. That is then going to feed into 2 constructors. So let's build one there and one there. Those will then, however, feed around to an assembler. So maybe let's go for this. Yep. So you are going to go into here, and you're going to be like that. You, on the other hand, are going to be beside that, and you're going to feed around to here. You are going to go like this. So, first things first, cast screws, iron plates, and you are going to be reinforced iron plates. So you need 60 per minute and 30 per minute. So this isn't actually going to do the full 5 per minute. It's going to be a little bit shy of that. Actually, no. You know what? We're not doing it like that. We're going to do mass production of basic stuff. So logistics, we're going to do a conveyor splitter. We're doing one there. One there. One here. Whoop.
The ad break is over.
One here. And one here. These are then going to be constructors. We'll get fed with these. So there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So you are going to feed in like that. In like that. In like that. And you in like that. Now we do these here. And it turns out our previous construction thing doesn't quite work how we want it to. So this here, let's build one there. And we're going to build one there. So let's do 1, 2, 3, and 4. All 4 of you are going to be set up, and you're going to be iron plates. So here we go for this, iron plates. Lovely, and iron plate array. You know what? We're going to call it array hyphen iron plate. And you are going to go into productions, construction, and you're going to be constructor. So, that is saved like that. Oh, what we didn't do actually was identify these here as iron. And we also didn't add the outputs, which would be a little bit silly. So logistics, merger, one, whoop, nope. I got a little bit of stick drift on the left analog stick for my controller here. Right, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. And steel beams going out this way. So, right. Now we can call this again. So, we're also going to call this 120 iron ingots per min. Actually, no, we'll just call it P/M. So there we go. Right. Save that. Yeah, blueprint name's already in use. Let's see, did that save into the thing? It did. Okay, so this here, we're now going to call you iron rod. And we'll set these up. So iron rod. Iron rod. And let's call this array iron rod. And you aren't 120, you're going to be 60 per minute. Nope, not 600. 60 per minute. Now we just change this over to cast screws. Jump up here. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And you're going to be 50 per minute, I think. Yep, 50 per minute. Iron screws. And 50 per minute. Lovely. So, now we've got those all hooked up. Let's get it started. Let's set all the stuff up at this top level, and then we can get that going. And here is going to be our little iron outcropping area with mass production going on. So I'm going to be very happy once this is going. Right. That's fine. Go over to here. And good. Okay, so blueprints. Let's set up arrays of these here. So what we want is, let's try and set this up, I guess. Let's go a few over so we can do 1, 2, and 3. Now, blueprints, iron plates. So, right. Are you here? Okay, yes. There's one. This here splitter, right? 2. And here is going to be 3. Right. Connect that power line to this. That gets connected to this. Why did I not link these before? I'm going to have to fix that. And you connect to that. So each of these here will now connect into main power grid over here. You can go around like this, maybe. Let's do logistics, conveyor lift. And we'll get you set up like that. You will then hook into there. And you're going to go straight away. So, get this to feed out. And now I want this hooked into a couple of things. So there's one. Here's 2. And then our final one is going to be 3. I think. That looks about right, yeah. So you are going to be fed in from that. You feed in from that. And then you feed in from that. Now we have mass production going on. Let's set up a couple of assemblers over here as well. And we want those being fed in. So, we want assemblers to make reinforced iron plates, and then we want the iron rods as well. So this here, you're going to require this, because this is how we automate our modular frames. This is going to require iron plates. Right, your iron plates. And we want you feeding in to here. You will then come from here. And you are going to feed over to here. It looks ugly as all hell. Because it is ugly as all hell. But this here... Right, okay, crap. That's not what we're after. Let's do iron plates into that. So you need to be iron plates. You are going to have to be iron rods. And you'll go into there. And you, on the other hand, are going to go into here. So you, reinforced iron plates. Hook you in like this. You then get hooked into those. And you will connect to where? Can connect to that. Can connect to that. Let's do that. So you are then going to be modular frames. You require 3 per minute. This here. Why is this not outputting iron screws? Oh wait, no. Oh no. Nope, don't like that. Don't like that. I also understand why it wasn't doing its thing. So, iron plate. Let's do iron screws here. And then we'll do iron rods at the end here, I guess. So, right. You go there to there. To there. To there. To there. I know why it wasn't auto-connecting. We hadn't actually set up the thing. So, you connect in like that. That's iron screws. And you will be iron rods. So, this here is going to be iron rods. You will connect that out. So, right. And then I want this here connected to here. Let's get rid of this and this. So, iron plates, you're connected in fine. Right, that's an invalid shape. Let's connect that to there. And you to here. Whoop. You connect in like this. And we're going to go straight, and you'll do that. So, right. Screws will be sorted there. Now, let's get you connected to that. And finally, you connected to that. So this, lovely. We should have mass production going now. Yep, this is going to make screws 200 per minute. You're going to make 60 per minute. Iron rods. Oop, nope, you are not for that. You are going to be modular frames. So we want that feeding into there. Oop. You go from there. And we want you going from there. And power, connect that to that. So, you will go like that. Good stuff. Now, you're going to be iron rods. Lovely. So you're using 3 per minute. And you're producing 5 per minute. Okay. So, we now have automation. 3 per minute and 5 per minute. This is going to take a little bit of time to start up. So let's fill that up with that, just to speed it up a little bit. And then the iron rods are all going to come from here. Wow, the ingots are a little bit slow to fill up these here. Let's grab a few hundred of these, just to really speed up these. And we want those. And that. Now grab those. And anything else that could do with some more. You. So, that should have sped us up a little bit. We should now be mass producing Mercer spheres. Not Mercer spheres. Modular frames. So yay. Happy days. It's going to make 3 per minute. No, 2 per minute. So it's going to take over an hour to make the 200 we need. Unless, of course, we can do some other bits. Power connections. That's something we do want to do, actually, is we want to get more quick wire at the ready. So let's go over here. Grab, okay, 700. It's not fantastic, but it's not horrendous either. Now we can just keep on going. We could, yeah, you know what? This might be enough to get us up there. So let's do it. Let's bounce and slide over here. And then we can get quick wire unlocked. So what I want is over here, maybe we want a T-junction. And then we want an L-junction. And then we want a ramp. So, right, let's try this here. Whoop. Okay, hang on. Blueprint auto connect. Oof. So, no to that. We went a little bit too far there. Let's break that down. Okay, break this down. And now we have to go for our T-junction here. And let's do a T-junction here as well. Because this here we want to go up. But it's not the only thing we want to go up. Right, let's do this here. Up like that. And then we'll do another. There we go. And now, ooh, happy days. Right, let's take these hatchers out. And build our little Caterium processing facility here. Okay, good. Nice. Let's jump up here and take out this lad. And good stuff. So, maybe it is time for, yeah. I guess we gotta start construction on one of our things. Right, let's do highway straight. Build that there. And then we need to construct a blueprint for a highway end. So we do. Let's go and set that up. And power-wise, this here, we could set a bunch of those connectors up, but we'll not do that just yet. Instead, we're going to save it for a minute. And we're going to start working on... We can do one biomass burner. Lovely. One biomass burner is going to allow us... Nope. You know what? We want 3 biomass burners. We want 5 constructors. We want 1 smelter array for Caterium. And then we want an array for iron plates. So yeah, let's go ahead and grab all of that stuff, shall we? Now, iron rods is what we need. We've got plates and everything fine. Gonna sneeze? Nope, not actually gonna sneeze. Okay, so we need more limestone going into that. Right, grab that, upload it, upload, circuit boards, get rid of them. Rotors and stators, let's grab ourselves the limestone from down this way. Excusez-moi. Right, into here. Grab some of that, and we'll set it all up. So that way we get even more. Right, into here. Let's upload that. So that's going to be more concrete. And lovely. Now, iron rods is what we need. Let's grab some of those. And some iron plates. While we jump over this way. And we're also going to build highway dead end. So this here, you know what? That's iron screws. We're also going to set these up. Right, hang on. There's iron screws. Let's load iron rods. Connect you to you and save that. Now you, let's load iron screws. Oh wait, hang on. Iron plates. So there we go on those. And we're going to save those. Now we want to set this up for copper wire. So, right, oop, copper wire. So there we go for that. Copper wire. Wire, there we go. And this will be 60 copper ingots per minute. Right, 60 copper ingots per minute. And what I need to do for this here, hint that, this, and this. So there we go. That's going to make 120. Right. Copper sheets next. And we'll save that. So that's 60 copper ingots, but we're going to change this to... Okay, so you're going to be 80 copper ingots per minute. $80 copper ingots. 80 copper ingots per minute. Lovely. And then what we want to do is copper cable next. So array copper cable, and you're going to be 120 copper wire per minute. Copper wire per minute. And set you up for cable. Duplicate all of this. Oh crap, you're 240 copper wire per minute. Okay. Interesting. Right. There's that. Now, let's dismantle all of this and instead load roads, highway straight, and we want to jump up to the top of that. So, this is going to be the highway endpoint. Right. Those we can break down. And let's zip those. And over to here, zip these. You know what? We're also going to dismantle those. Install this here and that. Now, this here, customizer, let's go to patterns and U-turn arrow. Actually, let's just do this here like that. Customizer. And we want straight arrow like this. So, this is our little thing. Let's have a look and see. Transport truck station. If this wasn't missing materials, could I have it load in here? I could. So this would be our spot. God, that's cool. I need modular frames. Right, this is a highway end. Highway end. Lovely. And I need modular frames. So we should go over and have a look for some. We're also going to grab concrete here. Because we need some. Right, over this here way. Let's climb ourselves up. Ooh. Power-wise, I know what we gotta do. We're gonna set up a biomass generator array. So right, this here. Clear array. Now, we want power. And we want 3 of these. So, right, that is going to be that. And I want those connected in to here. And to here. Now, logistics. I want a conveyor splitter. And now let's do that. And this. And this. Now, I want production. There's one. Okay, so you are going to be solid biofuel. You know what? We're actually going to make you here. And you will be this here. You are going to be set up for solid biofuel. Connect that into that. You two connect to this, and then you'll connect to this. And this is going to be solid biofuel. Ooh, you know what, actually? Let's put a container in here for this, shall we? So if we do this here, right, solid biofuel power plant. Solid biofuel array. Let's call it. And you are going into power. Set you up like that, and let's look for solid biofuel. So let's look for biofuel. There we go. And go for that there. And now let's clean this out. Loot all of that back. I'm just getting stared at by the adorable little kitten behind the desk. Hi, Bubba. Oop. 1 second. I can hear my phone going. Okay, everything is good. Still got likely another half an hour of playtime and everything. So, right, let's head this way. We've got a little bit of foundation to construct. Let's head there and now up this way. Keep bouncing up like this. And we'll see what we can get. I mean, I just think I've done a really good job with these highways. I'm happy with them. And I cannot wait for them to all be sorted. Right, this here, let's go for highway end. Actually, no, you know what? We're going to destroy this highway straight. And we're going to place the highway end there. Now, blueprints, let's go for foundations and build it here. So, yes, there we go for that. Let's build another one there. Now, this here, let's do production. Nope, not smelter. Production, we want a miner set up here. And that miner is then going to hook into, let's see, miner goes into a smelter array, a Caterium smelter array, in fact. So, yes, it'll go in like that. And then that goes into an array for, we'll set this up for copper wire. But the truth is, it's not going to be for copper wire. Right, let's set it like that. Now, we want this here built into there. And you are going to feed around to here. Nope. You are going to feed around to here. Let's set that like this. You will feed around to here. Default like that. And now, I forgot, you can't actually go in from there. What I need is for you to go into there. So, whoop, dismantle that. Conveyor belt Mark III. Straight like that. Dismantle that. Dismantle that. Now, you are going to be Caterium. 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 And you'll be Caterium. You, on the other hand, all four of you are going to be Quickwire. So you're going to be 12... No, how many? Wait, what? Right, that smelter fed into that. Let's do Quickwire. So you're going to be 12 per minute. 12 per minute, 12 per minute, and 12 per minute. Now, what I want is to set up another little array of these somewhere. And it's going to be our power array. So, build that there. Hi, Bubba. You can't be on the desk. You know that. I love you very much, but you can't be on the desk. So, solid biofuel array. Did I accidentally build that already? What the? Solid biofuel array. I need steel beams, apparently. So, you are going to connect to this, which will go to this. Yous are connecting to that, and then I need steel beams. So let's go and collect some of those. Unless I can just switch this over. I think I might be able to. Right. And a solid biofuel array. And let's just default you where. So if we set that up like that. And now you can't connect to that, but you could, theoretically. So let's hook you into this. And we're going to do half of those into there. So that's going to delineate all of those. And then we set this up. So I think, yes, we have Caterium on the go now. And look at this. This little area here. That's so friggin' cool. Right. Power poles as well. We need to build storage for these here things. So, right. Organization, storage container. Let's build one here. And then you will go over to here. And you're set up like that. So, right. Oh, you're not connected to anything, that's why. Right, you are going to go up 150%. So you're doing 180 per minute. So we're going to produce 60 Caterium ingots per minute. That's how many are getting produced. And let's just keep that as a normal rate. All of these will do their thing. Sweet. I love this. Right, so this, you're producing a whole crap ton of that. We've got those going like that. Yeah, happy days. So, joy of joys, that's us online with that. We need steel beams. Let's go to our array for iron plates and removing that from the to-do list. Oh, constructors as well. We don't need those anymore. So, remove from to-do list. I'm very happy about this. Everything's coming up, Millhouse. Now we've got all of those. Let's go grab some more concrete. So that we can make even more stuff. We'll also see about our expanded power infrastructure. Just what we can make over there. Oh yeah, Caterium Quickwire. That's going to be the other thing we need. So in here, we've got 50 of those. Right, you could be making 5 per minute. In here, we could do 5 per minute. So let's try this. So there we go. That's going to be, what, 60 megawatts? Huh. Don't know why that's not doing so quickly. Right, that would be 5 per minute. You would be producing 10 per minute. Right, okay, you will do that. Yeah, I'm on. Like, we do that. Right, that'll be 10 per minute. You're going to use 7.5 per minute. Actually, so let's just do that. 45 and 90. Okay. So yeah, that'll be us kept nice and sorted. Let's go grab a bunch of steel from down here. It's an absolute steal. Right, over here we've got not much of those. We can grab those. And down here, that's a lot of steel pipes. So let's go and we'll fix this, shall we? Over this here way, and we're getting a full inventory of coal. So we'll load that up. Into here. And upload as many of those as we can. Now, this here, we completed the hard drive scan. Copper alloy or basic iron. Solid steel. Solid steel is tempting. So you know what? We're going to do that there. We're picking that inventory thing, or we're picking that. And we want that. So, into here, we're taking all of these, all of this copper ore, and we're replacing it with steel. Or like iron ingots, rather, to make the steel. Because that's going to be more efficient. Because 2 and 2 makes 3. So let's do exactly that. Over this here way. We'll offload as much as we can of this. Right, this is still going with that. So, that's that taken care of. Let's clear some more inventory space. Upload the solid biofuel maybe, I guess, and the hard drives. And now, what we want is to take a whole pile of them. So maybe we should... I'm thinking possibly what we do is, instead of that being the thing, we could just do a T-junction, which would make a lot more sense. Right, over this here way, and we want to load all of that in. Whoop, wrong thing. I want to take the iron ore. So right, there we go. Whoop. Iron ingot, let's load that one in. And see, are you loading up now? Right, damn it. Let's do that, take that, and now load that in. Okay, so now we load the coal back in. Went for the wrong thing, and okay, 40 and 40 makes 60. This here, you're using 30 per minute, and you are using 60 per minute. So maybe what we do, we'll grab a power shard, and we're gonna up this by 1.5. So where is power shard in our thing? Am I scrolling past it like in Egypt or something? Oh, for power shard. There we go. Right. So, now we'll crank this up to 90 per minute. And lovely. This is going to use 60 and 60. And it's going to make 90 per minute, meaning these will be perfectly fine. So all of that coal, inevitably, is going to have to feed into some of these here types of things. So let's start our construction of this wee area here. And this is going to be our base along here. So, right, that, all that coal sort of just goes in to here. So I think maybe what we do is this here should have to go around. Right, Highway Junction L. And let's go for Highway Junction L. Right. Whoop. This is not the easiest one we've had to do. But going to be worthwhile. So, whoop, highway ramp, Highway Junction L. And we want it down here, I suppose. Oh, I see what's going on. Our thing was actually off-center. So this here will go the wrong way. This... Nope, wrong way. So, it needs to be... Whoop. Needs to be from here. And we want to set it up like that. So, bugger, you are going to have to be Highway Junction L. And we want you here. Nope, we want you. Where? If I face you this way, is that correct? Yes, it is. So, downside, this place is going to be much higher than we expected it to be. Oh wait, hang on. You, we want to be junction end. Is that? Yep, that's correct. So, let's get that ready. Jump over to here, and now we want you up to like that. And we're going to have to construct this higher up than we originally thought. So let's jump over to there, dismantle that one, and that one. Now, over this here way. So, we build over like this. Destroy that and that. Go like this, because this here way, at least we can see people going onto the highway or something. We can build this here. We can also go like this. So I don't think, in fact... Whoop, nope, not like that. We want this here. Let's build there and there. Okay, so we will need to actually raise things up a little bit. Right, that can feed the coal directly into somewhere over here. So that's an impure one. So those two impure veins, I think, are going to feed together and merge into this, which will be our refueling station. So we will split it so that it puts some fuel into there, but it also loads a whole pile into the inventory. Or, no, it won't. It'll go into a foundry array. Yeah, it will. We're going to do that. So that there will feed over to here, and it will produce coal, which then goes into our foundries to make steel. So a lot of planning going into this, but it does make sense when you actually try and work it out. And yeah, the steel or iron ingots from up there will be exported over to here, where it will then go into a foundry array along with that coal. So I'm okay with that. Yeah. Let's look at our modular frame stuff and see what we can get up here. So yeah, over this here way, let's break that. We're gonna break this down and this. Let's drive the truck out of the way, or the tractor rather, out of the way. So, dismantler. Now, this here, we want a highway junction T. Nope. We want it facing this way. And then we want that gone. So, this here, right, highway straight. Nice and easy one there. This way, we want a T-junction maybe? Yeah, I think we want a T-junction here. And we want a highway end here. So that's going to be our pit stop point. Over here, dismantle that, and we'll just get a highway straight. So this here will all feed into this bit. We'll build an assembler array alongside this stuff. So that goes there. It's going to export to that, and then we can have that be assemblers. So let's take all of that concrete. We're also going to go and grab as much as we can of the Caterium quickwire, because we are going to need a lot of it, in fact, because we're almost on the most important research that we can possibly go for, which is daisy-chained power connections. So, up this here way, and we'll keep going along, bouncy bouncy, and all of that noise. So, over to here, jump and slide. Now, up to this bit, how much have we got? Wahey! That's 1,000. That's still not enough. We need like 56 per thing, so we're gonna need like 25,600, I think. So, let's go for highway straight on here. And highway straight. Highway straight. We can also build this. We are going to use this to drive up the waterfall eventually. Hi, cat. I see you there. So here we go. Or do we drive up the waterfall, or we drive over the top of it? I'm thinking maybe we set this up as a T-junction here, and we'll avoid this lek bit. So, right, start building this up, and we could go for it. Do we want to build one going out that way? I think we do. We'll go over the top of this here, and then we can do our 90-degree turn and build it out that way. Yeah. So, we've got our highways that we're building, and we're getting there, bit by bit. We're slowly managing it. But it's going to be so friggin' cool once everything is taken care of. Oh no. Have I fallen? Yep. I'm gone. I am off of the trail. I wonder, can I use this to get the momentum. Yes, there we go. Hi, cat. So that there is fine. Now, like this. Grab more quick wire.
An ad break has
Ad
started
break
on
has
Twitch.
just begun. It is now 12:30. So we're getting there bit by bit. Ad break started on Twitch. Let's go and start our expanded infrastructure construction. Expanded power infrastructure construction, rather. Now. Over this here way. Up we'll go to here. So, right, into this. We've got loads of that going on. Let's take some more of those. And we'll output them. So right, this here. We've got, okay, 132 of that. Let's try this here. If that's going to make that, where should we build our truck stops? I think one there, and then if we build one down this way, maybe? Yeah, maybe that's going to be it. We could build the one down here and have it fed in like this. So let's do transport truck station. Do we go for this here? Right, let's move this out of the way. Right. Hang on. Let's try this. Hello, Mr. Titan. How are you? Are you well? 'Cause you're looking well. Hopefully you're having yourself a nice, relaxing little day. I am just dabbling with the thoughts of where I should put truck stations and everything as I'm building out my highway. But the truck stations, can they load all kinds of vehicles, or is it only certain ones? That is the question. So maybe I do a truck station there. And yeah, I think that's going to be it. We're going to build that there. And then this to here. Let's link this over here. And now we're going to get a miner and set this up here. So you are going to be a conveyor lift. And you're going to go out this way.
Break is over.
So now let's do a foundry. And we want the foundry to go here. So we do. This foundry, we're going to require one thing out from it there. And we are going to require you feeding out from this. So let's do a straight away on that. And now we want a splitter over here, conveyor splitter. No. Let's do a conveyor splitter and try and set this up so it looks nice. Right, logistics, let's do splitter here. Then you are going to go in from here. You will go in from there. And then we want this feeding like this. So you will output from here. No. Oh, wait. Okay, yes. That's okay. Now we'll feed the power in from that. You, on the other hand, are going to be exported from this. Right, straight, and let's do tier 3. Built. Now, that has hooked into that. Let's hook this up to there, I guess. Our power network looks ugly as hell right now, but don't worry. It's going to improve. So right, this here. Load that up like that. And now, what we want will go up this way. And we gotta set up our other truck station, which is going to be all the way up here. And then we can start our truck to drive between the two and set up our first automated distribution path. So it's going to be good. Don't worry. Right, you need to be a foundation on clockwise. We're gonna need that put in. So let's do that. And blueprint. Let's go like, okay, we don't have enough concrete for that. Let's drive around instead and try and go up to these here. So can I make it up like this? Ah, so close. So close. Maybe if we use these rocks and get a bit of a run up. Lovely. Now, that steel there is gonna have to go to steel ingots over this way. I am not going to run over the lizard doggo, so I'm not. Because I don't want to. Because lizard doggos are awesome. Maybe it's going to be easier for us to just dismantle that. I think it is. It's going to be easier for us just to dismantle that. Right. Highway ramp? No. We want this here to be a highway end. Oop. So, set this up like that. Right, if we destroy that, now can we just build this up like this? And truck station. Right, transport. Well, tractor, first of all. We're going to build this out here. Right, so you will go like that. Now I want my truck station here. Okay, so now we build this over like this. And let's get you over there. You're going to feed over to here. And you will go in like this. You're a tier 3, and you're a tier 3. This can now connect to here. And it's time for us to set a vehicle path. So, universal vehicle path. Let's go for straights, because obviously. So there's one. Oh no, does it have to go out like a certain way? Right, let's get that to go over like this. Vehicle path is too long. Let's get this to go over to here. So I'll get you to go to here. You, on the other hand, are going to go around to here. You'll go to here, I think. Yep, there we go. You will go over like this. So the inside corners are a little bit tricky. You'll go like that. You go to here. And we'll try and drive this down. Right. I guess that to there. Drive this down to here. Okay, hang on. This is... It doesn't quite make sense. So am I gonna have to have, like, my vehicle path be... Right, okay, what the heckaroonie? If I move you like this... Right. You're there. And then onto that. Move you down this way. Okay. This is working out a little bit. Right, you go to here. You will go to here. You're going to sharp turn straight to here. And then you will go to here. So I think these need to move. I think these can't actually be where they currently are. So, do I want to... Ah, damn it. Let's just go for a truck station and just build it back in. So, yeah. Our highway end is not going to work. We need to actually adjust what the blueprint is going to be like. So this here, you in from there, you into there, and then you like that. So at the very least, I can manually drive it. Now, you here will be solid steel ingots. Let's get that connected out to here. And then this can go into... Right. Let's load you with that. And that. Offload there. Now, I want 2 set constructors. I want 1 there, and I want 1 there. And both of you are going to be making steel for me. Steel items. So you connect this in. Conveyor belt Mark III. You in like that. And you in like this. Is there a way that you can do that? No, you can't. So I guess maybe we gotta make this go as stupidly as possible. You'll go in like that, and then we get this to go around like this, maybe? So you go there. And now, yes. So, stupidest possible way you could do that. But at least it's now doing its thing. So, into here, let's go to industrial storage. And we want these here. So, let's get you into there. And you into there. You are going to be steel beams. You are going to be steel pipes. So those are now filling up with all of that. You're going to produce a lot of that. Dimensional splitter. No, we want a merger for that, so we do. And eventually, both of those are going to feed into this. So this here has... Whoop, hang on. That's a little bit stupid of me. I had it go in like that. So let's link that in. That's going to give us fuel into there. And into here, we'll upload all of those. So that's all our iron ingots going across. And that'll load up into there. Right. Yes. That's now going to mass produce even more. We've got the tractor up there. But truck station needs to be overhauled. So our highways need better truck stations. We need essentially 3 highway points that we're going to use for truck stations. So they are going to be like sidings, I guess. Now, over here, we can load iron into this. Crafting bench. Upload all of that. Right, to load cargo into tractor. Yes, let's do that. So maybe it's an L junction and it's a modified highway. Maybe that's going to be it. So, if I take this and I drive it out the way, I know I'm on the wrong side of the road, but still. This is my highway and I'm the only one that drives it, so we'll do what we can. Right, down here. And we're going to deal with the cargo. So this area is going to be for offloading. And, right, unload. So if we go to here, we can then unload cargo. And that should be even more. So, not really much. I guess we will have to play about with it a little bit. So truck stations, I think we go for... We can modify the blueprints for those. Right, let's keep on jumping up this way. And we've got all of that iron up there, which is going to be fine. We'll have fun playing about with that. Then we want expanded power infrastructure completed. So, over this way. 88 of those. We are also sorted on... We're getting enough of each of those. So let's follow our highway. And we'll see. We'll go down this way. Bounce and slide. Down we go. And we're back to our normal base. With our hub. So this area will eventually be completely upgraded.
Going to take us about 5 minutes to get the rest of those 20 completed. Right. Deuterium. So we want that. Got the SAM fluctuator stuff. Let's go to the alien technology and we're going to remove that from to-do list. Now, high-speed connectors. We need a lot of those. So cables are actually going to be our thing we need to collect next. So, yeah. We'll grab more cables out of here. And go over to here. So, high-speed connector. Take all of these. Make as many as we can. So we need 50 of those. And then I think we need another 25 for the next level of the thing. But I might be wrong. Also, potentially, should we get the Explorer? Should we try and research the Explorer? Let's find out. What do we need for that? Quartz. Okay, yep. Not just yet. In fact, not just yet. So grab that and this. Keep upgrading these. And getting there. We should have enough quick wire by this point as well. So there's that, and that, and that, and one more. There we go. So, let's go collect a few more, shall we? We need a lot more quick wire, in fact. I think, let's see, 60... I think we're making 240 quick wire per minute, I want to say. Which ain't bad, but it's also not the best. Like, we're not getting the return we could. So let's keep on going up this way. Mercer Sphere in the inventory. Right, up like this. And, right, over to this bit. Okay, that's another, like, 8. Well, not 8. Is it 8? No, it's not going to be 8 stacks or anything. Won't be as high as that. Right, let's go over this way. Keep bouncing along as we head back towards base. Now, what I think... I'm trying to think of what could be something we look at doing. I do think streetlights for the highways are going to be something we need. So we need to add, like, modular highway connections. Right, over there we've got those. And now, let's quickly go here and bounce up to this. Now down to here. So, yeah. We need more cables as well. Of course we do. So that is more of those. Lovely. Let's grab some more cables. About 40's worth. And make this so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and there's our final 9 that we needed. So, pipe. Time to upgrade that. So, Deuterium. Start research. Lovely. And now...
Power pole Mark 3.
Okay.
It has significantly more power connections.
So this is going to
compared
be
previous
our
models.
big thing that we need. We need 50 of these. Let's just construct what we can out of it. Then we need the quick wire section, we need the computers, and we need the circuit boards. We've got those. So we're fine. Our limiting factor is now quick wire. And then everything's fine. We can link everything in series and it'll be good. That's right, all of this. We should have what we need for expanded power infrastructure as well soon. So upgraded these, we can make another 8, 7. So little bits and pieces. It'll be fine. And then, right, truck station. Truck station is going to be something we need. I wonder, can you actually add highway connection points to the thing? Right, let's upload those and that. Also these. Right, let's lift these out. Upload that. Get those into the inventory. I'm just doing this so that I can clear up a whole pile of space to make more silica concrete. So over to here. Oop. I just heard my phone boop. It was not a notification on leaving the lab. Alright, over this here way. Bounce and slide and jump. Now, whoop, that was obviously a stupid thing to do. What we want to do is put the limestone in there. And then we've got, okay. About 1,000 of that. Okay. We need some more power. Is what we need. So maybe, I think, if that's going to produce and it's taking 60 megawatts, we got to shut down our secondary foundry. Ooh, we got a Mercer sphere over this way. I know where it's going to be. It's going to be down in there, isn't it? So let's fix that. We'll grab this Mercer sphere over here. Where's our little... There we go. Now we drop into here. Mercer sphere. Ta-da! Right. So I think, trying to think what's going to be a good thing for us to look at constructing down the line. Right, so there's that. Okay. Okay, so you're stuck. There you go. Lovely. Now, fire slug, collect you. We're also going to grab this raw quartz. And good stuff. Now, upload all of these for some inventory space. And we'll see what we can get. So up this here way. Jump and slide. Landed there. Perfectly fine. We're good. So, truck stations. All of this here. You're consuming 50 megawatts per minute. You've made 42, however. I like that number. And now we go down this way. So, jump along here. And we'll keep going. Come on now. Land. So, down this way, we've got these things that we should destroy. Whoop. Right, let's get rid of this, and this, and this. Now we'll see if our power can go. So, 640. Really? Still overloaded. Oh crap, don't tell me the water stuff is... Right, we've got water there is fine. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to move some of the coal into the power plants. That's what we gotta do. So let's go over to here. That, on the other hand, is the sound of someone leaving the lab. So let's load all of these in. And you into there. Let's see, can we make more of these? Do we have what we need? We don't. We don't have enough cables. Let's just go ahead and switch this off. Steel is gonna have to be switched off. That can be switched off. And let's see, can we get anything back online? Okay. Kinda. We kinda have something back online. So alright then. Maybe what we gotta do is get some power stuff going. But do we... I'm at a loss. Do we try and expand these? Right. We've got 794. That's not a massive amount. It's not as much as it could be. You know, maybe what we need to do is we need to change the way we're constructing our highways. So that we build the highways and then we build the barriers. And we set up like the modular stuff on that. I think, yeah. That might be the way we do it in future. Yeah. I think the future highways we're going to have to set up, and they're going to be more modular than they currently are. So we can set up rail networks on the top of them, all kinds of those things. Right, this here, so we'll say if there's 1,000 divided by 3 is 300, so about 6,000 concrete ready to produce. Just off of the silica there. Let's go ahead and upload all of these and get some cables at the ready. Now, expanded power infrastructure as well. We are good there. And now, advanced steel production. That's going to be our next thing that we want to look for. So let's try and get those. Oh, I should actually check. Was that the person I thought leaving a location? No, it wasn't.
To simplify, these are rechargeable
So,
batteries. Power towers carry power lines for
right,
significantly
power
greater
towers
distances than
are going to be
poles,
something for us.
facilitating factory expansion and exploitation of this environment for the good of Fixit and humanity.
So, maybe we build... Do we build... it's tricky to know. What do we actually construct as additional things on the top? So I think barriers are obvious. Like, we do want barriers installed. And let's see. How wide is a truck station? So, okay, a truck station is 1 wide. So we could actually build one just on the... no, we couldn't. Actually, we could. We could construct one right on the edge there. So maybe that... yeah. Maybe that is something we do have to look at. This here, you've produced... ooh, okay. Alright, well, you've got loads of biofuel to keep going. Let's take all of the quick wire. And now we just need the cables. And then we can get our high-speed connectors upgraded. So, now, let's bounce and slide. We have some highway... some upgraded connectors to get access to. And then we're going to improve our highways. Right. So, bounce along here. And we'll go in like this. Go over this way, and we'll grab some cables while we're at it. Because we're going to need a lot of those for power plants. Make high-speed connectors. Wow. Spam email talking about knee pain. Do you suffer from knee pain? I was like, not really. Like back pain, sure, but knee pain? No. The amount of spam emails that seem to come through these days is a little bit wild. Right. C for computer. Computer. And high-speed connector. Caterium. And let's upgrade that. So, we're now sorted there.
Upgraded power connectors unlocked. Buildings now support
Now, time for us to upgrade or tweak, rather, our hallway. Not hallway. So, let's load highways. Highway straight. You know what? Maybe we, let's clear that. We're going to start up from scratch. So, highway design. So, there, and we're going to zoop this up 4. Then, we're going to zoop up 4. Let's do 4 of these. And now, foundations. Here is highway straight. Maybe actually we're just going to call it like I. So we'll name them after the letters. Highway I. And you're going to be path. and you go on to roads. Select color. We're going to make you foundation. Whoop. Nope. Let's go foundation primary. So there we go. That's foundation I. Oh wait, crap. We didn't paint it. So that's something we do need to do, is paint the highways. Right. Customizer. Let's do double dotted line there and there. And now for this here, just the side dotted line there and there. So this is going to be Highway T. Right now is going to be Highway X. Build that there. And now we want that there, like that. So let's do highway, side dotted line, there and there. And then we want pattern removal on here. So this is going to be Highway X. Highway X. Now we want Highway L. And okay. Right, you there and there. Now, customizer, let's do the double crossed lines there and there. And then we have to do the customizer side corner dotted line. Whoop. There and there. So this is Highway L. So Highway L. Lovely. And now what we want to do is we want to load roads. Right. First things first. That can get deleted. So, right. Highway I. Yes. Now, customizer. Let's do the dotted line on these. And you are going to be Highway I. So let's go into blueprints. And now, edit category. You are going to be level highways. Level. Ramps. Barriers, this will be. Actually, no, we're going to call this... Actually, yeah, let's call this barriers. Stops. And modules. So, apply the changes. Now, highway, let's remove highway end and highway straight, highway ramp. So those, now, we're going to move this along. So these highway junctions, we've got 4 things that we want. So, I, L, X, and T. Now, we want to construct a highway ramp. So what we do for this here, let's do foundations, and we're going to do upside down ramps in concrete. So we want to go up 4. This here we want to go down 4. And then we want 4 double ramps. And those double ramps up 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, whoop. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's our highway up. And now our highway ramp that we want here. Down 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up. Whoop. Was 1 shy. So now customizer. Do it like this. And we're going to call this highway ramp. So now we set this in roads and we're putting this in the ramp. And let's call this path. So, almost forgot. Need to change the color of this to that. Now, we'll clear this here. So, okay. I guess we'll do walls. And we'll do this here. So this is like that. This is going to be highway barrier. Barrier I. Actually, no, you know what? We're gonna replace that. Whoop. So, let's replace all these here. And we're gonna do this with the road barriers. Works out about the same amount. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 and 8. Do this. Oop. Now, this will be barrier I. Now, this is going to be, nope. Barrier L. So, let's move these out of the way. And I want these here cleared. So, let's build that there. And then we want this here put in like this. Can I? Nope, apparently I can't. How do I? Let's build that there like that. And now, I know. I know how I do it. I rotate it. And then I do the half nudge. So there's, Let's do that. And then I suppose we'll do this here like this. Let's try that. No. That is so weird, the way it's like not letting me do this in a nice clean fashion. Very strange. Right. Let's get that out of the way. And you, if I put you here. Okay. So that could work. No, it can't, apparently. Who knew? Let's try building that there, and then see if I can build a wall like this. Will it work? Apparently it does. So there's that, built like that. Now, this here will build out like this. Do that there. Now, over here we've got narrow and narrow. All right. And if I rotate this, let's try this like that. Whoop. You go like that. So this here is, in fact, our L highway barrier L. Oop. Did that go into the wrong area? It did. Okay, so yeah. Let's put that into roads, and nope. What we need to do is change there we go. Road barrier. Let's do concrete like that. And now. So let's move you into roads, barriers. Over to here. Load barrier I. We're going to change you to bar for barrier. Set you like that. And we're going foundation primary. So now you can go like that. Roads and barriers. L goes after now. Barrier X. Let's load barrier L, because that's a safer one to go for. And what we want to do is we want to set this up for the T junction. Actually, no. I just realized something. We biffed it. Right. Let's load barrier L. And now we gotta clear out all of these. Because we were facing the wrong way. We built it to go the wrong way. Right, dismantle that. So, now we want architecture. Let's build road barriers. So, L is going to be up this way. Right. And over this here way. Oop, nope. Build this like this. Now, what we do want here is this. Right, let's try this here. And now, we'll do a wall from, whoop, not from there, but from there. And let's see, if I nudge it like that, happy days. Now, so, that is, oh damn it. How do I do this? How do I get this to work like that? That seems close enough. It's like a 45-degree angle. Its center point is basically on that. So maybe we do that there. And then we do this. Let's try rotating this 180 degrees and see if this works now. Right, half nudging doesn't work. So what do we do? Let's go for, oop, nope. So maybe we do this. Or do we just go for highway barrier? Maybe that's what we do, a corner road barrier. But we'll try and build one of those there so that we can do. And now, what we want to do is build something like that. We want a road barrier. Right. So if we build this here, it's really tricky to do, in fact. In fact, you know what? We're just doing that. The vehicles are just gonna have to be allowed to do their weird little thing. So here we go. There is our highway L. Barrier L. Now we set up barrier T. So barrier T. Ah, fuck off. Right, all of those. Break those down. And you now. There and... there. And let's do this here. Just default and default. So those are fine. That's our barrier T. And now for barrier X. Barrier X is going to be an absolute bastard. So I want that kept, and I want that kept. So build that there, and that there. Now, I just build there, 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 and there. And that's barrier X. Now, we also need barrier ramp.
An ad break has started on
Ad
Twitch.
break has begun. So, barrier ramp is going to be an absolute bugger to try and set up. But we can do it. So, walls. First thing we have to do is set up the inverted ramp. Right, so that there. Build that, 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 and then finally that. Over here, we do the same thing. That. 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 And... whoop. Nope. That. So, now what we do is we do the ramp walls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And right, that is our barrier ramp. Hit the button to save that, and it's, there we go. So let's quickly go into our blueprint designer. There's ramps, all covered. Now, stops. Stops are going to be an interesting one because we need to set those up. So, advanced steel production, we've got all of this going. We should also set up rotors while we're at it. But, let's hold off on that. We will have to replace all of these highways. Absolutely all of them. And I just realized maybe we should do half height. Like ramps. Like ones that only go down 2 instead. It could work. It might be an idea. Right, let's go over this here way and see what we've got in terms of modular frames. Decent chunk of them. Okay, 186. So we could make those. Let's go and set up a modular frame outpost. We also, do we go for street light posts? Tricky to know. Do we maybe go for billboards as well? Right, clear this out of the way. And now what I want is... let's see. Transport. So, go for one of these, build it out here maybe? Could be. So there could be our thing. Universal path. Ooh. You can actually build highway paths along the thing. So that might be... We could just do a truck stop there. Logistics. Okay, can't overlap like that. Truck stop. Now we're going to put that in roads and stops. Stop. Okay, nope. Oh, station, I think you call it. I think it's a station. Yep, there we go. That's that. And we're going to build that in like that. Save that in place. And now we can just go ahead with that. So, highway ramp short. Let's load highway ramp. And we're going to dismantle half of this. And have this set up as highway ramp short. And save that. Let's check if the other half was the one that just left the lab. Nope. Oh well. No. Maybe. Oh yeah, modules. Highway supports. So let's break those down. And now, let's go for foundation. Let's go for this here being in the center. And we want this to be, right, foundations. Let's go for an inverted quarter pipe. Set that like that. And now let's move this up there. So this is going to be highway support. And let's also move that in our thing. So roads, highway support, we're going to move you into modules. No, over this here way. Oh wait, highway ramp support short. Wait, what? That was horribly placed. So let's get that like that. And now we want foundations. Foundation like that. Right. Is this level in the center? Yes, it is now. So, that's a highway support. And okay, right, let's load highway barrier ramp. Let's load this, and we're gonna make this half height. And this is going to be highway ramp short. Barrier ramp short. So, boom to that. And we're sorted. Now, over this here way, we've got all of these. How much concrete have you got made for us? Good chunk. But we still have more silica than we know what to do with. Oh yeah, highway foundation pier. Let's do that there. So now we're going to load foundations. So this here is that. And we're going to offload that and that. And these. And this is going to be... Where's our ramp? There. And there. This here, let's zip that down. Use this, and we want just a 2 meter. So this will be a pier. Foundation pier riser. No, we'll call this a pier ramp. And then we'll just go for another one that's just straight up pier. Right. Fine. Foundation. Here we go. Right, so that's the pier ramp. This here is just going to be a pier. There's that. Whoop. And this here, just pier. Lovely. Pier I. Pier L. And pier T. So this here, there's that and that. Pier L. Pier L. Pier T. And then pier X. Now, pier X. And pier X. So, now into blueprints, we need to edit the categories. Foundations. And then we'll have piers. So, right, foundations and piers. And then, ooh, walls maybe. Right, let's edit category. Walls. And maybe rooms? Roofs. Yep. Apply those changes. So, here's, we're moving down into there. So that pier ramp, we're actually going to go to pier side ramp. So pier ramp, let's load this here. And we're going to call this pier ramp. Straight. Yeah. Actually, no. That pier ramp, you're going to be foundation ramp. Pier ramp, we're going to call something else. Foundation ramp. Lovely. And then, right, let's load the foundations, and we're going pier ramp. This one, we are going to load, and we're going to get rid of these here. So, this pier, whoop, break those down. This here is going to be, actually no, you know what? They're going to be soft ramps. So let's do, right, foundations, and we're doing ramp. So we're doing a gentle slope. So up here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And up here we've got this. Do we add side ones in is the question. I don't think we will. Right, foundations, let's go for a 2 meter. Let's build that there and there, there and there. And now we want a 1 meter here, 1 meter here, 1 meter there, and then we'll do a 1 meter on the other side. And here is our pier ramp. So that's a little bit more sort of organization done. Right, pier I, L, T, and X. And the pier ramp. This foundation, on the other hand, foundation ramp, is going to go there, and we're going to remove that. Foundation, we are also going to just rename. So over here, let's load foundation. We're not actually renaming it, sorry. We're changing the icon. So foundation. Whoop. Foundation, and we want the 4 meter. So happy days. We are now in a position where we can start making some of the other stuff. So we've got all of that completed. Let's go and grab ourselves some of the modular frames. Get ready for steel production. And we also are going to need loads of reinforced iron plates. Rotors as well. So over to here we go. Take that. We've got 200 reinforced iron plates. We've got all of those, and we need steel pipes and the likes. So, our truck stops are going to be a little bit trickier to work with. But I have ideas. Don't worry. And these highways are going to be much improved once we actually build the right ones out. So, over to here, and down like this. And into here. So, upload that. We've got the concrete. Rotors are going to be needed en masse. There's that taken care of. And let's see. Over here, we're going to take you off of that, and we're going to move you to upload to there. So, you are going to be versatile framework. So, we need 250 modular frames. Eesh. That's a lot. So frames. You know what? It's too much, in fact. We need you to be making rotors. And you are going to go from there into here. And you're going in like that. Nah, you'll have to be concrete. Rotors are going to be something else entirely. What do we do with that? So over here, let's take some of that limestone if we can. We'll go over here, build this out. And yeah, rotors are going to be very tricky to work with. So that was silica and concrete. Or not concrete, limestone. Load that in. And upload this. So let's get that ready for even more. Over this way. Come on then. Right. That'll help. So we can make... That's 24. Right, 24 divided by 12 is 200 times 20, 4,000. So that can be 4,000 concrete we could get out of everything there. Let's start a hard drive research, shall we? I think that's going to be our next big thing to do. Do we go for a zip line? Power switch could also be handy. But we need AI limiters for that. Want to check who that was. Other half? Nope. Not the other half. Right. Mycelia. Do we go for any of these, maybe? What do we need for that? We need rotors. So that's a no-go. Nutritional processor. Power slugs is a nope. Quartz. What about quartz? We need 100, 100, and 1. This, on the other hand, could make the Explorer. But I don't think we want to just yet. Right, okie dokes. Let's go and start constructing all of this. I am trying to work out whether or not it's worth it to maybe set up. Well, I think the train network eventually will go up beside this here. Right, rotors we could adjust up here as well. We could get them being mass produced. So maybe let's set that up instead. You are going to be here for rotors. Right, screws and iron rods. Right. If we default that like this, you're going to produce 250 a minute. Let's load that up. And now, yeah. So you'll make 10 per minute. I can work with that. 10 per minute. So up this here way, let's keep on bouncing and sliding. Get down to here. And we can keep going still. Now, over here, we have enough cables, I think. Right, foundation. Let's do a foundation over here. Or do we go for there? No. Let's go for here. And we're going to build a bunch of these to go out into the water. Because this is where we're going to construct our coal water plants. So there we go. There's foundation. And now we'll set up foundation ramps. So we can build a bunch of piers along this. 1, 2, 3. And right. Foundations. Let's go down 4. And down another 4, maybe. So let's see. Can I put a water extractor in there? Yes, I can. Right, let's dismantle that. And now we're going to build pier networks. So, foundations, blueprints. Right, pier I. And these piers are going to connect in down this way. Now we want pier ramps to appear. Haha. Funny joke. Did you like my joke? Right. Build this in... Whoop. If we put this in like this... Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. And build that down. Now, here I... Let's put you down here. And you will go there. So, now, if I dismantle that... Ooh, yeah. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna build these here out. So right, let's get the pier ramp installed. There's one. And we also want to go out this way. Let's build this out like here. You go down one. And right, pier ramp. You go there. You'll go there. And whoop, pier I. We're gonna put you down here. So you go there, you go there, and we can build all of these here piers out like this. And each of these piers will be able to have a foundation on it. So, let's get this down like that. We'll try and get it to snap to that grid. Where is... Right, if we build that, then that, and then finally this. So pier maybe needs to have an end point. We should maybe get a blueprint like that. And power, right. Productions, water extractors. We need some of these set up. So, right. If we go along here, Right. Set this up here, maybe? Or no, actually. Okay, so no. This does not work how we want it to. So we need the proper foundations in place. We need wider ones than we currently have. So let's break that down. This down. This down. And this. Get rid of those. And yeah. So, for piers, maybe we need more. Let's go like this, and we'll build another one here. Now, we could do... Ooh! Could we actually... If we do this, and drop this down 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we do another foundation down. So let's do 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, foundation ramp. Build this down like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Foundation. Now, will you work how I want you to? Production water extractor. Yes! That will. So, lovely stuff. Build that there. We're going to build that there. Okay, that was definitely no. Build that there. And now we can build this one here. So those will do that. And we can have all of those water extractors lead up to this bit here. So let's do snap to foundation there. We'll build piers, and the piers will run our water network. So there's 1, 2, 3, and won't let me snap it, will you? There we go. Now, blueprints, piers, we'll just add 1. Oh, nope. Dismantle that. So, I am incredibly happy with how this is working out for me. So there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. These will all feed from here, and each of these will feed water from 2 extractors into a pipe network along here. Now, power. Do we go for coal generators? We can do, so we could have them along here, which is very tempting. Do we want to? God, it's tempting. Or do we have them up here with all of this stuff? Maybe that could be the water extractors, and the water extractors will then feed up to here. So yeah, let's do that, and we'll build a water network. So we're going back to build more blueprints. Very, very excited about this bit. So this here is producing. Are you producing? No, production has been paused. let's grab these then. And we're going up this way. So, coal production. We should maybe get like the stackable pipelines, etc. And work with those. Over this here way, and we'll have ourselves a bit of fun. So, advanced steel production. Rotors we're still doing alright on. And we've also got the steel pipes that we need. So, let's bounce to here. Keep on going this way. And now. Go like this. Yay. So. Power. Let's clear the designer because we have two things we want. We want 2 coal generators. And we want each of these to be located pretty cleanly. Right, so that's in 1. Oop, nope. Right. That's like that. Okay. Now, what we need here, we need a pipeline T-junction. And the pipeline T-junction will go there. And go there. You will feed in like this. Oop, but let's put you in there, just in case. So, pipeline marked 1. You go into there. The reason for this will be simple. We want our... Actually, no. We want this stacked, so we do. So let's build that. Now, logistics. Let's go for stackable pipeline. And we're going to place 1 there. And then we'll place 1 here. So the water goes like that. And then we want the stackable conveyor pole to go on top of that. But the stackable conveyor pole we want up 2. So that it looks nicer. Right. Pipeline. Logistics. Pipeline. Connect to there. We want a T-junction here. And let's connect that there. And that there. You will go noodle in like this. And you will go noodle in like this. Here we want conveyor belts. And you know what? We want 2 up like that. So that we can have going in from either way. So, I'm really sorry to have to chase you, buddy, but would you mind ever so gently pissing off? Splitter, or do we get that to merge out? I don't know, actually. You know what? It's going to have to be. So this will be 1 way. And we're going to have to design our thing to look like that. Now, for here, we go for a splitter. We want that there. And then we want that there. And we want a conveyor lift marked 1. So let's try that. Conveyor Mark 1 and Conveyor Mark 1. And these will go, you connect to that. Because now we have the ability to daisy chain. So this is going to be full power array. And we're going to set this as pi for power plant. You are going to be foundation primary, and you are going into power like that. So now we can go and try and construct a bunch of these. And hope to God we've got something decent out of this. So, up we go here. This highway will go along. We've got that over there. And okie dokos. So the highway end was actually kind of good to have stopped. So now out here, ooh, damn. Okay, so I just noticed nothing in that one. So let's fix that. Now, blueprints, power, and we want a coal power array. So, right, this here, we've got water going in like that. No, this here, we're going to build like this. So, how do we... Right, that should look like that. Is there a problem of where this foundation is lined up like? Feels like, right, foundation ramp. Now let's try the coal power array. And, okay, right. It works. There's 1, 2... Well, either way, that's something constructed now at least. Right, let's dismantle that in fact and try to see, can I get it to auto-connect the blueprint here? Yes, I can. Does it connect the pipelines? It connects the pipelines. Lovely. Doesn't connect the power cabling, but still. So, alright. We can now start construction on some of this. We should set the coal stuff to go up this way. So we can build out foundations here into the water. And the coal is going to be the thing we look for. So, right. Let's look at piers and try and build a pier blueprint on here. And this is going to be nice for us. So, what we want here is we want an organization. Let's get an industrial container and establish it where? I think you're gonna have to go, yeah, round about here is fine. So, if I get that to connect up to here, let's try to do, right, logistics, stackable conveyor pole. And let's build one here. So, let's get that connected to there. And you... Damn it. How do we get this to do it? It's off-center, so... Right, industrial storage. Let's get that like that. And now... straight like that. So, this could then feed from over here. We could set it up so that the coal goes underneath and gets washed, and then we end up with beautiful clean coal. So that could be something. I mean, that's not how clean coal actually works, but, you know, we can always hope, we can dream, we can plan. So that is doing its thing right. Up to here. And let's build this as a conveyor Mark III. And now over to here. So up like this. Get this to go around the corner to here. And perfect. It does work like that. Get you to go up here. Up to. And now up to. You go around like this. And 1, 2. So, there we go. That can now feed in. And we should be able to build another miner up there. And this will be our coal production area. So, you are going to get fed in from here. Let's go for that. And you, my friend, configure, load all of this out. You're producing 60 per minute. Oh, damn it. The controller has stopped actually responding to what's happening in the game. So I gotta quit and go back in and hope to God that there was an autosave pretty recently. Oop. Righto. So, actually, I'm going to have to wrap it up here. I'm going to be back on later this evening. So I will see you later on where we're going to be